Garrett to go.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the Marina Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, September 23rd. It is 6:31 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. If we could have a roll call, please.
Absolutely. Chair McCarthy.
Here.
Vice Chair Bielsker.
Here.
Commissioner Amadeo.
Here.
Commissioner Herr. Don't see her right now. Commissioner Rana.
Yeah.
Commissioner Walton. Commissioner Woodson. I see you.
Here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Okay, so we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will move on to a moment of silence and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll join me in a moment of silence, and I'll start us off on the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our special announcements and communications from the floor. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the commission and the public on any item that is not on today's agenda. So these might be general community announcements, concerns. Again, anything that's not on the agenda, you'll have up to 4 minutes to speak. And after we go out to the public, we'll bring it back to commissioners for an opportunity for commissioners to do the same. If you'd like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand and you will have up to 4 minutes. Seeing one hand currently, give everyone a couple seconds here to raise their hand, and then we'll start going through anyone who'd like to address the commission.
We have Amir Chappell.
Great. If you could unmute Amir and give him 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Amir Chappell. I'm a new resident of the city of Marina. I moved here in June, and I'm definitely looking forward to getting engaged in my, social and political environment. I guess I really came on here to ask a question. I've been reviewing all the materials on the website, looking at the structure, assessing, the nature of the different issues going on in Marina and things of that nature. And I was wondering, am I missing it, or is there somewhere where I can find a public safety commission or something that kind of oversees or engages with the criminal justice apparatus of the city of Marina, particularly the police department? I'm not sure, if the report is directly from the chief to the city manager, but is there any oversight of a commission or body that overlooks the public safety apparatus, particularly the police department? And I'm a researcher, but I'm also a person with lived experience. I'm a convicted felon, and I work on a lot of criminal justice reform issues. And I'm just trying to look at data that's publicly available, which was somewhat hard to get for the city of Marina, considering that the police dispatch system is ran by the county. And so I requested some computer-aided dispatch data in order to assess what Marina PD spends their time on in the city, as far as like the nature of the calls for service that they respond to, because I'm trying to assess how the police department in the city of Marina engages the citizens. And so I just wanted to mention that, ask about that. I look forward to continuing coming to these planning commission meetings and learning more about the city. And I appreciate the generous amount of time. It's unheard of to get 4 minutes for public comment, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir, for joining us tonight and acknowledging our generous time frame. We actually take great pride in trying to offer the most public comment time in all of the peninsula. So I think we all appreciate hearing that. And we usually get to questions at the end of public comment. Would anyone else in the public like to speak? Mr. Michael Owen?
All right, Mike, you're good.
In 2019, Sea Haven came into the Public Works Department
to ask for a routine grading permit to prepare for the construction of phase 3 housing. And at that time, it didn't dawn on anybody that tree issues might be a question, because Public Works, routinely did grading permits. Planning Commission did tree permits. Those were two separate departments. So anyway, the grading permit was granted. And when the bulldozer operator looked at the hillside of dirt that he was going to move and saw the bunch of trees on top of it, I mean, it didn't faze him. This was not an aberration. This was like normal routine as far as the bulldozer operator moving, grading dirt and so on, ever since construction started back in 2004 with these developments. And the staff really relied on the developer's goodwill, and developers always had a lot of goodwill. So the difference was that by that time, people had moved into houses, paid premium prices for having on their backyard this green belt, which consisted of these trees that the bulldozer operator started to take down. So the residents became horrified. They followed the procedures, contacted the planning department, ended up with 2 tree committee meetings. The outcome was that the developer did a 3-to-1 replacement with 15, 25-gallon trees. Nobody was happy, but the residents were like very angry, very disillusioned with the process. And actually a couple that lived at 3017 Beach Bluff Drive were so devastated, they sold their home and moved away. At one time,
I'm sorry, as a point of order, Mike, is this with regard to the tree removal permit?
talking about
that is-
2019.
Okay, this is for something different?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. At that time, I had a chance to ask the Marina Heights developer one time, as far as like if he had any track or record for 3,708 replacement trees that he was supposed to be doing along with 744. And he just laughed. And he said, hey, I planted way more than needed and you can go out and count the trees. So that was the status of accountability for Marina Heights. You took his word and you could go out and count the trees yourself. Okay, that was one story. Second story, sort of skipped to this year, early this year. I'm driving along 2nd Avenue and I see this sand dune, big sand dune that I never saw before, sort of in the back of Dunes housing between 8th and 9th Streets. And when I drive up to the top of it, I see, yeah, it's a windblown sand dune. Used to have a lot of trees, great vantage point. I could look down and see all the clear cutting that had happened with dunes down below, which I knew was not what the Planning Commission agreed to when they approved this a year before. So when I expressed my frustration at public comment, Christie asked me for more details. The outcome was that there were 56 safe trees that were removed inadvertently, according to the developer. Inadvertent means unavoidable. So it turned out that he had also unavoidably not placed orange protective netting as required as a tree protection measure, so that the construction people would know not to remove the trees, but that was inadvertent. Both of those examples simply point out my main point, that there's no accountability. No accountability would have happened without public complaints and public documentation. List, maps, locations were vital. What's totally useless is photo logs of dead trees standing. What would be very helpful for accountability is saved photo logs of saved trees, and that would really assist public oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen, for your comments.
And just for the public to understand, I'm trying to get the timer up, but I'm going to be I don't have my admin assistant tonight, so I'm doing the 4 minutes on my phone.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Uh-huh.
I had set my timer up as well, but I'm glad that you're taking a look. For us.
I'm doing my best. Okay.
Okay. I see one more user and they're only titled as Zoom user. They have their hand up. If we can unmute them and give them 4 minutes as well.
All right, give me, oh, okay, you are set.
Zoom user, go ahead. And if you'd like to, you can state your name and address for the record as well.
Sorry, this is Josh Peterson with Wathen Castanos Homes. Just a point of correction. I mean, I believe that the topic should be held by the developer and staff first. You know, Mike clearly wanted to talk about trees and Sea Haven, which is on the agenda. It's an agendized topic. And it's completely inappropriate for him to get up and pander about the topic before the staff presentation.
All right. Are those the end of your comments?
That was it. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you for joining us. All right. Any other member of the public like to speak before we close public comment and bring it back to commissioners for comment? All right. Not seeing any, we will close the public comment. We'll bring it back to the commission, offer commissioners the same opportunity to make any announcements, anything that's not on the agenda. Not seeing any hands. I'd like to just go through a couple of the questions that came through, not spend too much time on them. And commissioners, if you'd like to add in as well, please raise your hand. Amir asked about additional commissions. I think what I have to say about that is that when COVID hit, as we know, we have a design review body and a tree committee that falls under the planning commission. Both of those commissions were put on hold kind of indefinitely until a time which the city manager, city council felt like staff could appropriately hold those meetings. They are still not being held. There is a Traffic and Public Safety Commission, which I think may also be on hold. I see Commissioner Amadeo. Go ahead, Commissioner Amadeo. You're muted.
My understanding is that it's a committee, and it is led through the police department, and I believe also Public Works working together, because it is about things like speed limits, and it's all about traffic and where stop signs are needed. And public is always welcome to attend those meetings, but it's not a public committee like our tree committee or our design review board. We don't have a police commission. We do have two commissions that are on hiatus for the duration of the pandemic, and that would be the Public Works Commission and the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You actually took the words right out of my mouth. You're correct. The Traffic Commission or
Committee, it's committee.
Thank you. Is open to the public. I know I've attended, but it's not generally well attended, and it deals more with stop signs, traffic issues, things of that nature. I know that there has been some public suggestions that a police committee be formed, and I don't think that's ever gained any traction, but the appropriate place to address that would be with the city council, I believe. Mike Owen talks a little bit about some historical tree projects. I know there was some concern from Wathen Castanos that was related to the agenda item today. Of course, generally we have to give the public the benefit of the doubt if they feel that their speech is not related to an agendized item. So I understand the confusion there, but I think Mr. Owen was just trying to give some history of some previous projects not related to the one on the agenda today. Did I miss any questions, commissioners, that you heard, or anything else you'd like to add before we move on? Commissioner Amadeo?
I think that the point of Mr. Owen's comment was a way to provide better oversight by staff and in terms of tree removal. Once a permit has been granted, how do you make sure that in fact the permit is being followed appropriately? And I think that's what his comments were about. hoping that at some point along the way, we will develop a better oversight, or what he would perceive as better oversight. And maybe the staff can address how oversight is actually done when we get to that part of the public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Mateo.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, before we move on, actually, staff and I had a quick conversation before this meeting. We have 3 public hearing items. The last one of which was supposed to be the quick quack car wash. And we were going to try to gauge the public attendance of what they might be here to speak on. And we discussed that it might be appropriate to move the car wash up to the first item to get that one out of the way, especially if the tree items are the ones that are going to generate the most public comment. Staff, do you have a feel for if that's still maybe an appropriate thing to consider, or Commissioner Amadeo?
You can ask the attendees if they're here for the tree issue specifically, just to raise their hand, the virtual hand raise, so that you can see how many are here for that issue.
I think that would be helpful. Or we can do the opposite on how many are here for a quick quack. I think there's going to be fewer for quick quack.
Okay, let's do that. If anyone in the public is here to speak on the quick quack item, would you please raise your Zoom hand?
And not the applicant. Okay, so the majority of people that are on right now, I will tell you. Okay, can we do a poll? Amir, I'm gonna ask you to lower your hand. The folks that are here for the tree removal at Sea Haven, not the applicant.
Yes, if you're here for the tree removal, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on that item. Kind of get an idea.
Okay, I think we're probably good to stay in the same. I think we're fine to stay in the same order that we're in.
Okay, great. Well, then that's what I'll recommend unless any commissioners are opposed. Not seeing any, let's proceed to our first public hearing. Item 6A is Sea Haven amend a conditional use permit for a temporary sign. Open a public hearing, take any testimony from the public, consider adopting a resolution approving an amendment of a CUP 2016-05 to extend permission of a temporary subdivision advertising sign along Engine Parkway for the Sea Haven, formerly Marina Heights subdivision. Staff report, please.
Great. This should be pretty quick. Make sure. Let's see, hold on 1 second. So you're looking at right now just an extension of the Sea Haven temporary signage that, well, the conditional use permit was applied for in 2016, but we really looked at this in 2018. The Planning Commission adopted a resolution in 2018 to install potentially 6 directional or marketing signs and at 3 separate locations along Imgen Parkway. So the approval did condition the signs to be removed within 2 years. And so that expiration date was January 25th of 2020, or if the Imgen Parkway widening project commenced, and whichever occurred first. And I'll just explain a little bit. So the Imgen Parkway widening project would significantly widen Imgen Parkway to go closer to the property lines of the Sea Haven project versus the city of Marina boundary, if you will. Right now, it's a pretty significant difference. So if the signage was determined to be required beyond that 2-year period, and the Imgen Parkway widening project had not commenced, and then staff would be able to extend that permit for another 18 months. or until Imgen Parkway project was commenced. So that 18-month period expired on July 2021. The Imgen Parkway project has not commenced, as you all well know. The city of Marina has not adopted a budget as of yet, and hopefully October 5th will be our date. And so CIP projects and also the funding of the Imgen Parkway widening, that CIP project hopefully will go forward. So the parkway is likely to begin in the summer of 2022. So the applicant under discussion has agreed to a condition that the sign could remain for a period of 2 years or until the roundabout construction begins at Imgen Parkway and Marina Heights Drive, including the road widening. So just to show you where that sign is, and just to let you all know, the rest of the signs that were approved were not installed. This is the only sign, as I'll show you right here, that has been installed, and that's the only sign that we are looking at for tonight. So staff is recommending, due to the delay in the Imgen widening project, to condition or approve the commencement of the sorry. So to approve the 2 years for the temporary sign or until the Imgen Parkway widening project has commenced. So we would imagine that you'll probably be looking at mid 2022 when that sign would come down, and that would be whenever, whichever occurs first. And that concludes my presentation, short and sweet.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions specific to the presentation? Please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands yet. I'll give you a second. I'll ask a quick one. I'm not sure how much it matters, but for my own edification, do you know, is this the same Marina Heights sign that was there 10 years ago?
No, it was a different sign. And just for a quick background for the new commissioners, there was a sign that was put up. It was a kind of a V-shaped sign that was put up long time ago. It was recommended by the city that the sign come down because of the recession, and there was nothing happening over at Marina Heights at that point before it was Sea Haven. And so they did take it down. And then came back and said, well, you know, we want to put this sign back up. It was approved back in 2018 to put a sign back up based on the issue that the Imgen widening project had not occurred, and also for them to put their signs on their property. People that were driving on Imgen would be looking 50 to 100 feet onto their property in order to see what was happening on that site, which is dangerous. So the city agreed to allow this temporary sign to be placed near to Imgen until Imgen widening happened.
Okay. Still not seeing any hands up. I'd like to, actually, we need to go to public comment. I'm sorry. I was going to make a motion first, but let's go to public comment. If there's no questions from commissioners, then we'll bring it back to the commission for a motion. If any member of the public would like to speak on this issue, please raise your Zoom hand. You'll have up to 4 minutes. Let's see, 2 individuals, Michael Owen, if we can unmute him first, followed by Dan Garson. Michael, you should be unmuted. Go ahead, please. You have up to 4 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. And Mr. Garson, we'll get you unmuted if you're not already. Looks, I don't see the little microphone icon by your name yet, so we'll work on getting that fixed, and then you'll have up to 4 minutes to speak. There you go. Are you with us, Mr. Garson?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Chair McCarthy and Planning Commission members, Dan Garson, on behalf of Watson Castanos. I cannot be as short as Mike Owen on his comment, but we would appreciate your accommodation to allow the sign to stay for another 2 years or until the engine widening takes place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garson. I'm not seeing any other hands up by members of the public. Anyone would like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, we will close public comment. All right, we'll close public comment on this item, bring it back to the commission. Any comments by commissioners? If not, I'd like to propose a motion. And that motion, I would move to adopt a resolution approving an amendment of CUP 2016-05 to extend permission of a temporary subdivision advertising sign along Engine Parkway for the Sea Haven subdivision for a period of 2 years or until the Engine Parkway widening project has commenced, whichever occurs first. Is there a second?
I'll
I
second.
Okay. I think Commissioner Amadeo got it in first, so motion by.
You know what? Let Commissioner Rana have it. It's nice to see others jump in.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. I agree. So motion by myself, seconded by Commissioner Rana. Thank you for that. Any discussion on the motion? I'll just briefly say, you know, I'm careful about signs, and I you know, certainly is something that I looked at, but to me, this is kind of a no-brainer. We want this project to be wrapped up and to provide housing, you know, as soon as possible, and so that the sign can be removed, never to be replaced. So that's kind of my thought, and that's why I plan to support my own motion there. Any other comments? All right, not seeing any. Let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amadeo,
Yes.
Commissioner Walton,
Yes.
Commissioner Bielsker,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodson,
Yes.
Commissioner Herr,
Yes.
Commissioner Rana.
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. All right. Moving on to our next public hearing, item 6B is Sea Haven Phase 4 tree removal. We are opening a public hearing to take testimony from the public, consider adopting a resolution recommending that the Community Development Director approve the removal of 353 trees and the potential for 34 additional trees depending upon grading requirements at the Sea Haven Development Phase 4. Staff report, please.
Thank you. My name is Nick Macro. I'm the associate planner with the City of Marina, and I'm going to go ahead and start. Share my screen. Can everyone see that okay?
Looks good from here. Nick, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a tree removal permit for phase 4 of the Sea Haven project. The Sea Haven project was first approved by the City Council as went back when it was Marina Heights in 2004, and the approval included a general plan amendments, specific plan, tentative subdivision map, zoning ordinance amendments, and an environmental impact report. This is the full map of what is now known as Sea Haven. I will get to where phase 4 is in future slides. Back in 2004, the City Council also approved the tree removal and compensation plan, which included at the time 1,234 trees, including removal of 175 trees from this location in phase 4, as well as the relocation of 744 trees. And this was to be, all these trees were to be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio. As you can see, this is where phase 4 is located. In green, I've outlined it here. This is from the original 2004 tree compensation plan. And you can see this is the original tree compensation plan map showing the original survey that they had done. Of course, there's been a new survey done with a new arborist report updating that. And so now we're entering into phase 4. Civil plans are being finalized, and there's been a lot of changes since 2004. What used to be small trees are now grown into full-size trees that now have to be counted as actual trees. And there's also been a lot of updates to stormwater detention basins, which require a revised grading plan, as well as updates to the building code, which also have required updates to the grading plan to accommodate roads, building pads, as well as the amenities of phase 4. One of the amenities includes their Royal Linear Park. This is from a conceptual drawing, which I'll get to a little bit later, and I think the applicant will also touch on. The arborist report found that 353 trees need to be removed, including 139 coastal live oak, 79 Monterey pines, 61 Monterey cypress, and as well as 34 potential removal, including 20 coastal live oaks, 4 Monterey pines, and 1 Monterey cypress. And these numbers include good, fair, and yeah, I'll get to that in a second. This is a map of all the different trees in phase 4. This has been provided by the applicant. This shows where all of the trees are located and what type of trees they are. This is available in the staff report online. And then this next slide shows the removal plan as well as where the trees will be saved, as well as potential removals. So the trees to be removed are in green. The blue dots on this map are the trees to be potentially removed. And then the yellow dots are save and retain. And so you can see that this is on the top of the screen, that's where the Arroyo Linear Park will be. The arborist recommends a replacement of trees in good or fair condition. That's only 297 trees, which will result in 1,337 replacement trees, as well as potential replacement trees if they do end up removing those 34 trees. Of those 34, 27 are in good or fair condition, which would result in 121 replacement trees. The arborist is recommending replacing them at a variation on the 3-to-1 ratio. Instead of doing a 3-to-1 ratio, instead they plan on replacing 25% of the trees at a 3-to-1 ratio using 24-inch to 36-inch box trees. And then at a 5-to-1 ratio, they recommend replacing the other 75% of the trees with 5-gallon to 15-gallon for 1,215 trees. And the variation in the size is important for creating a similar conditions to what a normal typical urban forest might generate if it was left to its own devices. And this results in a better chance for survival, as well as having better aesthetics and a better setting for wildlife. This is the conceptual tree mitigation plan. This is their rendering for where they estimate all the trees to go. This will be refined, and when they do their landscaping plan, this is also showing the types of trees that they are going to propose. I'll let the applicant go into more detail about this conceptual tree mitigation plan. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the permit with the following conditions, findings pursuant to the criteria in the Marina zoning section 1762-060, paragraph C. We find that the tree is located in areas with significant grade breaks required for development of building pads and required stormwater detention basin as outlined in the arborist report prepared for this request. This conflict cannot be controlled or remedied without entailing substantial redesign, impact approval. Basically what that says is without changing the subdivision map, the tentative subdivision map, this can't be changed. And then the removal of the trees is necessary to enable reasonable and conforming use of the property in accordance with the requirements of the Marina General Plan and the zoning ordinance. And the conditions of approval, we recommend that replacement trees be allowed to develop their natural form and not be trimmed in a normal standard, so they can grow normally. And the tree removal and protection plan, tree removal information shall be provided on the grading permit prior to issuance. All tree protection shall be installed and approved by the grading inspector prior to removal or retention of any trees. The tree removal and protection plan shall include trees approved for removal and trees to be preserved, as well as tree protection guidelines, notes to include an objectively observable maintenance and care plan and program to be implemented to ensure the continued health and care of other trees on the property during construction in accordance with tree protection guidelines adopted by resolution of the Planning Commission. And I just want to make a note that in the arborist report, there is details about their tree protection plan, and it's in detail, and that's that's the exhibit A of the staff report. And finally, for trees proposed to be removed between March 1 and August 31st, surveys for active nests of birds of prey and migratory birds shall be undertaken by a qualified biologist approved by the city staff. So this basically says that if they remove any trees during these months, that they have to have a biologist on site to determine if any nests are going to be impacted by the removal of trees during those months. So this concludes my staff report. I'll turn it back
Thank you,
over
Nick.
to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent staff report. I appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have any specific questions about the staff report at this time? Please raise your hand. Let's start with Vice Chair Bilsker, followed by Commissioner Amadeo.
Thank you, Chair. A question in regards to the additional trees related to this Arroyo Trail. I wasn't able to figure out where that's actually going to go. Do you have any idea of the actual routing of it and why it would be going into areas of trees?
Yeah, I can answer that. So the main reason why, I can share my screen as well. So I believe what you're talking about is the removal of trees in this area in the top. I don't know if you can see my cursor, which will create the Royal Linear Park, which will go along. This is the top part of phase 4. So what I did not show is the stormwater detention basins that are required for this project. I will let the applicant speak on that. I believe we have their engineer on staff who can go through the details of why they're removing trees in this area. But the main reason is because of stormwater detention basins, basically. So overground detention basins where basically when this project was first introduced in 2004, there were not these overground requirements. And now there are overground stormwater detention basin requirements that didn't previously exist. And so they will show you as well in their presentation a map of showing where that water needs to go. And Andy, their engineer, can speak to that further.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
No problem.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bilsker. Let's go to Commissioner Amadeo, followed by Commissioner Walton.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I have a couple of questions. The first one regarding the subdivision map. If staff could explain why the subdivision map remaining as it is important to the development of this project and how changing that would impact the development of the project. That's my first question. Should I ask my second one now, or should I wait for the response to the first?
You can ask your second one as well.
Okay. The second one relates to the reporting on nesting and I believe it was also in fledgling birds. You can correct that if I'm wrong. And isn't that covered in the environmental impact report, the requirements based on when nesting birds of concern, why you would not take down the trees then? Isn't that part of the EIR?
It might be. I'll answer the second one first. It might be part of the EIR. This is a typical condition of approval for tree removals that we include in all tree removal permits for projects such as this. So it's a standard operating. It's best practice to include this in the conditions of approval. As far as the subdivision map, my understanding is that this grading and subdivision map is as you said, is already approved. And so if I might actually ask Christy to speak to this, and she has a little bit more background with this project.
Right, so there's a vesting tentative map that has been approved for this subdivision. So when you look at the phase 4, the general lotting of the subdivision has already been approved by the city council back in 2004, as well as the general tree removal as associated with the Arroyo Linear Park, as well as the lotting that has been that we're looking at. As we get more into the general grading and the finer grading, that's when we're getting into a little bit more of what trees, well, and we're dealing with, just as we've been dealing with for a while, a subdivision that was approved a long time ago, where we have trees that have grown up that weren't trees before. They're over 6 inches. We have trees that were not taken into consideration potentially back in the day. And so now they're looking at a refinement of, here's what we need to do in order to get the lotting that was already approved by the city council back in 2004 in order to make the subdivision work. Does that make sense?
It does, but if I can make a little clarification, what that would mean in simple lay terms is that the planning commission doesn't have the ability to change anything in terms of the tentative map and the subdivision map or anything like that in order to accommodate the trees that are existing at this point.
That's correct. That's correct. And there was a lot of negotiation that happened back in the day on where these lots could be. The current developer was not the developer at that time, but once we get into their presentation, especially when you hear from the civil engineer and you hear from the arborist, as well as the developer, I think you'll understand a little bit better what they're dealing with right now with the topography and just some of the challenges out on the site, especially when you're dealing with a 58-foot grading differential out there. And I think Andy Hunter, who's the civil engineer, he's probably the best to talk about that a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Any other questions on the presentation from, sorry, Commissioner Walton, I had said you were up next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. So my question is just actually, I don't know how quick it'll be. I'm asking if you could educate us, Nick, on box trees, their survivability, or their rates of survivability, and if you have examples or samples of what that would look like for myself and for the public, as opposed to like box trees, as opposed to trees on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, I do not. I'm not an arborist. I don't have numbers. I don't have survivability statistics on that. The applicant does have an arborist in this meeting, and so I will let him answer that question when they speak, because he can give a much better and clearer answer than I could give.
And we will get to that presentation soon. Commissioner Walton, did you have any other questions?
That was really good.
Thank you, Commissioner Walton. Any other commissioners? I see Commissioner Woodson's hand is up and Vice Chair Bilsker. So Commissioner Woodson, please, followed by Vice Chair Bilsker.
Thanks. I believe it's the other way around, but thank you. I have two quick questions. I guess actually one that comes back to it. And I think my concern is I understand kind of, I think the difference between the growth factors on a 15-gallon versus a 30 or 36-inch box tree and development times. What I don't understand is going down to a 5-gallon tree. I understand that over time that that growth over a 7 to 10 year period with proper irrigation and with proper nutrients and with proper soil, that over time 15-gallon trees can exceed the box trees historically, but that is not necessarily the same thing for a 5-gallon. And I'd like to kind of understand really the significance of going down to such a small tree instead of saying we're going to go with 15 gallons, because there is not much cost difference, and even the topsoil backfill area between a 5-gallon and a 15-gallon is relatively small. It gets much bigger when you get into the 30-inch box trees. I mean, we're talking thousands of extra yards of fill. So I understand that. That's my question.
Yeah, as I said, I'm very, very much a layperson when it comes to tree
that's fine.
questions. My general sense from talking to the applicant about this is that the 5-gallon trees, the intent is, this is a very sandy area, and so the intent is to, when you plant them that small, it gives them a much better chance to adapt to the environment as a smaller tree, rather than being grown in a nursery. It gives them a better chance of adapting to this unique climate and terrain. So that was what they told me. And then I'll, as like I said before, I'll let the applicant also chime in as well. I'm sure they have more feedback for you. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodson. Vice Chair Bilsker?
I did not have a further question.
Okay, sorry about that. Any other questions from commissioners on the staff presentation? I had a brief one. Nick, I see the proposed replacement plan, and I guess I have two questions. One is, was that plan, was that created entirely by the applicant, or did staff play a role in the creation of that?
So no, that the staff did not play. This is actually not a landscaping plan yet. This is a conceptual tree mitigation plan. So this is conceptual at this point. Per the arborist report, they still need to get their grading permit finalized. And so once that's done, then they can go in and get the detail of exactly where the trees are going to go. I believe their presentation, they will speak to the numbers of where they're going to go, whether they're going to be street trees or whether they're going to be in the linear park and the 2 neighborhood parks. So I'll let them speak to that about exactly where they're going to go. But no, staff did not have any part in this yet, but we will as we get to that point in the project. So yeah.
Okay. And then the second part of my question is, and I apologize if I missed it in the report. This is obviously a big report with lots of photos, and it's not displaying on my computer very nicely. But in terms of replacement species, so of the 1337 replacement proposed trees, or whatever that number is, I'm having a hard time understanding how many of those will be coast live oaks, how many of those will be Monterey cypress. What does that look like? Are we replacing these like for like, or, and again, apologize if I missed it in the report, but.
So I can answer that. I'm sorry, Nick, to,
Go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time. I don't know if anyone's dealt with, I can't charge my phone, so don't try to text me. There's no requirement for like replacement. They have a tree list that has already been approved back in the mid 2000s. And so there's and Bianca, the landscape architect who's on here on right now, when we get to the applicant, can talk about where more native trees are going to go, and more more appropriate kind of street trees and that type of thing will go. So there's no requirement for like.
Okay. I'm sure I'll have more questions about that later on, but I'll leave it at that for now. I
Yeah,
appreciate
we've really never had that, Brian. I know you've asked that question on multiple occasions, but there's no requirement on any of the developments for like.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from commissioners? I think our next step then would be to go to the applicant and offer them an opportunity to present if they would like to do so. If you could please raise your hand. I see Mr. Garson's hand is up. We can get, I think you're unmuted, Mr. Garson. If you'd like to go ahead and present, you'll have, I don't know how much time you think you'll need, but we can give you up about 10 minutes if that works for you.
Great, thank you. And just to check again, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. And before my 10 minutes start, we'll need a few minutes to make sure that our presentation is viewable by you. We have Bianca Koenig, our landscape architect, who is going to attempt to run it from hers, but if not, Nick has the presentation. So if between Nick and Bianca, they could take a moment to organize that. In the meantime, I will take a moment just to touch on a few items. Just a second. Chair McCarthy, Planning Commissioners, thank you. Oh, excellent. We've got it up there. Thank you for having us here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Touching on your questions, Commissioner Bielsker, I think we can answer your question in our presentation. Commissioner Amadeo, I think you answered the questions that you were asking. So thank you very much for placing that out there. Commissioner Walton on box trees and survivability versus natives. I believe that our arborist, Patrick Kraybacher, will be able to answer that one. Commissioner Woodson, with respect to tree sizes, it has to do with generations of trees and tree legacy. But again, Patrick Kraybacher should be able to answer that question for you when we complete our presentation. And Commissioner McCarthy, your question regarding the concept plan, it is by applicant. It is strictly a concept plan. And I believe Christy answered the question regarding like for like, and the concept plan will be further evolving as we proceed. I'm told my volume's not real great. Are you okay hearing me?
I can hear you great here.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, listen, let me get started now. Our first slide is up. Again, I'm Dan Garson. I'm the Director of Land Development for Watson Castanos, and our presentation tonight, lasting about 10 to 12 minutes, will include myself and Bianca Koenig, our landscape architect. Additionally, we have available, as I indicated, Andy Hunter, our civil engineer, Patrick Kraybacher, and Liz Camillo with DDA. They are our staff arborists. And additionally, we have Josh Peterson and Mike Slater from the Watson Castanos team in case any questions come up from them. And again, our presentation should last 10 to 12 minutes and will be available for questions after that. Next slide, please.
Bianca, I believe that's you.
Yes, can you see the Sea Haven community slide?
Yes, we can.
Yep, if you'd switch to your next one, please.
History?
Slide number 2.
Okay, hang on, I think I was at the wrong window. I apologize.
That's all right.
Oh, back.
I had my backups for me. It's multiple choices.
We'll get through this.
Thank you.
Well, a conversation about Sea Haven requires we step back and, at least initially, look at it from two different perspectives. They are, what is Sea Haven and what's some of the history at Sea Haven? So let's talk for a minute about what is Sea Haven. Well, in addition to 1,050 residential units on 248 acres, Sea Haven includes a significant number of amenities that include interior paths and paseos, that encourage walking and community. We include connectivity to local multimodal trails and paths, so our community connects to offsite paths. The community includes the Oak Grove, which is a preservation effort of a unique oak stand within Sea Haven. It includes the Sea Haven City Park, which will become a city park and is breaking ground in 2022. It includes the Arroyo Linear Park, and I recognize that we have to come up with a better name than that. But nonetheless, the Arroyo Linear Park as part of our phase 4. And then the Cove, our clubhouse project, scheduled to open late this year. And then finally, within the site, within the project, we have 92 acres of open space. Next slide, please. So as I said, we need to understand Sea Haven from several perspectives, the second being the historical perspective. And I need you just to appreciate the time that has gone on with this project. So it was initially approved in 2003 by the city with its original developer, Marina Heights. Construction started in 2007. We suffered a recession in 2008, lasting several long, hard years. Wathen Castanos began work at Sea Haven as a merchant builder and purchased the project in 2018. Phase 5A began in 2018. Phase 3 began in 2020. And here we are today, starting the conversation about phase 4. Next slide. So what happened? What changed? So from the original approval to today, it's caused us to relook at what has gone on out there. And we're coming before you tonight to talk about part of that, obviously, the request to remove additional trees. And as Nick mentioned, it's worthy to note that the original 2004 tree removal and compensation plan approved 146 trees for removal in phase 4, and our current request is for 353. So the real question is, what changed? Well, as Nick mentioned, building codes have changed, and we have a greater level of scrutiny in our stormwater management. Trees have grown, volunteer trees have sprouted, and perhaps most importantly, the two-dimensional planning done in 2004 has morphed into a detailed civil engineering exercise exposing items that need to be mitigated and addressed. What hasn't changed is the lot count, the street locations, or the average size of lots. We are consistent with the VPM, we're obligated to stay within those. Next slide, please. Oh, back up one. Thank you. And as we talk about civil engineering and the need for the civil engineer to do his job, we're really talking about a collaborative effort. And I point this out to you because there is vigorous debate between our engineering, our landscape architecture, our environmental arborist group, our geotech, and everybody else to make sure that we're accomplishing the most appropriate project for this property. So we include Whitson Engineers, C3 Engineers, Wallace Group Landscape, Quantum Geotech for our soils investigation, Denise Duffy and Associates for our environmental and in particular arborist services, and finally Bassini and Lagoni handling our residential design. So let's dive into phase 4 for just a minute here. So phase 4 includes 68 acres of raw land and 17 acres of open space. It includes the Arroyo Trail Corridor Park, which adds to the new urban forest at Sea Haven. It includes several neighborhood parks and buffer areas and 274 residential units. Next slide, please. So I will confess, this is just a teaser slide. Bianca, we talk about this more, but we wanted to tease you a little bit with some of the concepts we have for the Arroyo Park that will mimic chaparral style landscaping and will mimic the existing environment out there. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take probably 3 slides, maybe 4, and talk about some of the constraints we deal with. And as we design this neighborhood, we have to consider certain basics: grading, water, stormwater, sanitary sewer, and utilities. And the purpose of this slide is to indicate one of the biggest considerations, stormwater management. And it gives you a sense of the amount of stormwater containment and safe overflow that needs to be designed. So looking at this slide, you're seeing multiple fairly large blue zones. These are stormwater drainage areas. Some are natural, some are manufactured. And then you see all those red lines. So as part of our stormwater management, we have to create overland flow systems in the event that pipes clog. So we have to have these overflow surface areas for stormwater to flow in the 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100-year storm events. And as you'll note through the arroyo, Bianca, if you could kind of highlight the arroyo there, the red lines that flow between the blue zones there, we have to do significant amounts of grading to make sure that storm events will go into the basins, and as they overflow, they flow to the next basin, to the next basin, to the next basin. I'd also like to point out here the sanitary sewer pump station that is right there. That's an existing condition that constrains us. It means we can't do a lot of work around it. And as some of you know who have walked through the arroyo, there are numerous sanitary sewer manholes throughout the arroyo that have to be kept in place. That constrains how we do our work. I'd also point out to you the several green rectangles through the site. Those are underground stormwater storage facilities that we will be either, the lighter ones are previously installed, the more colorful ones are future installs. So while we try and have our stormwater management in basins, sometimes we're forced to put it in parks. It's a little bit more expensive, but it is part of the process we have to use to manage our stormwater. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go, the grading one. So Nick mentioned it, and perhaps Christy mentioned it as well. I share this slide with you to highlight some additional constraints that the team has to deal with in the design process. Phase 4 is bounded by existing streets, 4 existing large corridor streets. That constrains us. There are 58 feet of elevation within the property. That constrains us. So the design must take into account the constraints, deliver the lots, tier the lots, going down towards the arroyo, coming up out of the arroyo from north to south. Next slide, please. This slide is a representation of all the trees in phase 4. And it's fairly simple. It identifies trees to be saved, trees to be removed, trees that have the possibility to be saved depending on actual field conditions, and it identifies the quantity of replacement trees. Actually, I don't think we got that number on here, the 1,004 there. Perfect, thank you. So I'd like to talk for a minute about the third item, which was the saving of trees depending on actual field conditions. In the course of doing our surveys, we had a tree survey done by the arborist and a follow-up tree survey done by the engineer to determine where the match points were. And in numerous cases, we found opportunities where under field conditions, meaning as the machinery is doing its work out there, we may be able to work around the tree. Our arborist will be on site for that entire process. So we believe that having him there will help us make the decision whether or not we can save a tree and work around it. Next slide, please. Back up one, please. There we go, sorry. So we've placed this slide as an overlay of trees to be removed and the stormwater basins and stormwater overflow pathways. And as you can see, many of the trees that are needed to be removed are to complement the drainage, the storm and the pathways of drainage there. It helps you see the relationship between the required civil improvements and the tree removal. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide summarizes the trees to be removed. And it also indicates healthy trees that will be replaced. So as you can see by studying this, you'll note that unhealthy trees or non-native trees do not require mitigation. Healthy native trees that must be removed require mitigation. That's 324. I'd point out to you that the city ordinance for replacement is 2-to-1. The Marina Heights mitigation plan had a call for 3-to-1, and we are proposing 4.5-to-1 replacement, which is somewhat of a blend between the 3-to-1 ratio and the 5-to-1 ratio. The 3-to-1 ratio was using 24 and larger trees. The 5-to-1 ratio is using 5 and 15-gallon trees, which we believe, and our arborists will opine on, helps create a more balanced tree environment. And I would again point out to you that the 146 trees originally approved in phase 4 for the 2004 Marina Heights tree removal and compensation plan. And at this point, I'm going to conclude my part and turn it over to Bianca. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr. Garcia.
Dan. Oh, thanks, Chair McCarthy. I know we're a little bit over, so I'll try to go quickly, but Dan did give me the most fun part of the presentation, which is to share our vision for the Arroyo Trail Corridor, which since the very beginning has been to honor and enhance the natural trees. And we've always seen it as an asset to the community. In April of 2019, Patrick and I were walking the grounds trying to discuss how we could continue to support the trees in this area. So as we get into the Arroyo Trail Corridor or the Arroyo Linear Park, we have opportunities for trail connectivity, and also through amenities such as benches and exercise equipment, we can improve access to open space and awareness of open space. And with the planting, we have a chance to improve our biodiversity and the urban forest through the plantings of native trees and native chaparral plant species. And at the same time, with all of that, we are also supporting the neighborhood stormwater management system in this same space. I wanted to look quickly at a detailed area of the Arroyo. We know we had significant constraints with lots and roads, but with the trails, we've been going back and forth to try and find the perfect way to weave through the existing trees. So we had marked 2 trees in this area as potential impact, but our plan with Patrick's oversight on site is to take this slope safely down into the Arroyo and connect to the existing trail system that you see out there today. Also, as part of the trails, some of our surfacing options would include asphalt and or stabilized decomposed granite. Now, you saw the numbers, 1,458 trees, and I don't take this responsibility lightly. When we're putting together the tree mitigation plan, these are our goals: the health and safety of the community and the sustainability and health of the forest. It's more than just determining type, species, location, and size. We also want to make sure we are maintaining site visibility. We're putting the right tree in the right place to be successful long-term. Also don't want to impact future fuel management needs, and understanding that these trees can provide vital resources for communities. And so we want to set them up for success, which includes enhancing the diversity of the urban forest and maintenance plan. Thank you for the detailed, thank you, Nick, for the very great slide explaining the different container sizes. I know that was a lot to wrap our heads around. To answer some of the questions, yes, and Patrick can chime in as well, but yes, we do have different container sizes, and we have trees for different sections of the phase 4 area. For the open space, park, and buffer trees, we have larger areas, so we can use larger trees. And for the street and front yard trees, we have sidewalks and utilities and vehicles that we need to make sure the tree can work with. So we have different proposed tree palettes for these 2 different environments, and the count comes out to 662 in the open space, park, and buffer areas, and 796 in the street and front yard trees. Now, for the different box sizes, we see the 24-inch box as an opportunity to provide larger trees in our park areas or high need screening areas where we need where residents would prefer a faster screening option. And for our 5 and 15-gallon trees, they do, yes, the smaller size you can get, it helps the tree get more established for long-term adaptability and less reliance on supplemental water. And also, as part of our strategy, we do have some steep slopes in the grading plan so that we could preserve more trees. And it's in these steep slopes where we tend to add replacement trees. And so the smaller container sizes are also helpful for planting in those slopes. So in the open space, park, and buffer areas, mentioned this is where we have larger zones, and the linear park was always intended as a natural open space. Our original vision was to just leave it as it is. We're just going to get that trail in there and connect it. But as we go through the process, as we get new information, we adapt, and but we hold on to the vision, which is a natural open space that connects the trails, that gets the community closer to nature. So in the arroyo, we have and the buffers, we have a more native driven plant palette. And then for the parks, we have some other options for seasonal color and interest and diversity. For example, in a park, we have more hardscape and such too. So there's a few more constraints we have to manage. And for the street and front yards trees, we do have more options because there's more trees in the street and front yard areas as well. So these are some of the trees proposed for the streets and front yards. And as we've heard today, the actual implementation of a tree mitigation plan is the most important. And we are here tonight to share that we are absolutely committed to that responsibility. We agree that that's having clear staff oversight, a commitment to working with staff on the transparency and implementation of this plan is also important to us. We want this to be successful. So that includes, not shown on this slide, but I understand it came up as a comment, during the construction document phase level, adding the tree protection notes and guidelines clear and legible on the grading plans and the landscape plans. That's absolutely something we can provide. And in the construction phase is where when things get really real, at that point, we would have a pre-construction meeting with the city, with city representatives, and that would include the team, the construction team, and arborist. And we can also get construction staking for what the goal is clear, markings and instructions to keep everyone on the same page, and protection fencing, similar to what we see in this photo. Of course, the nesting bird surveys as it works with the seasons. And something not typical of developments, but we are showing our commitment to daily and weekly arborist monitoring based on the level of construction activity. And up to 3 years of planting, we will continue that arborist monitoring, probably on a more seasonal level, but still have them available to keep us on track. And also wanted to mention that all of the trees that we are proposing as replacement trees in this tree mitigation plan will be irrigated with recycled water as soon as it's connected, and they will be connected to a controller, a what rain sensor, and the ones in the arroyo, our long-term goal is for this to be a natural space. When the trees are ready, it's possible to turn the water off to them once they are established enough to do that. And the system would still be in place should a drought year come through and if you need to turn the water on again. So that's also part of the plan. So what does this look like? This is the conceptual tree mitigation plan that Nick and folks have been looking at this evening. And let's see. So yeah, to answer some of the questions, looking at the arroyo, The intent here, like I said, was to maintain, and I think, oh, let's go back. I was wondering if it would let me zoom in. If I get out of this full scale, it would let me zoom in, and I think that might help me tell the story a little better. So in the arroyo, we have the graded slopes that support the building lots that go into the arroyo. So it is on these graded slopes only where Andy has to move dirt. Where Andy has to move dirt, that's where we are proposing our replacement trees and introducing supplemental irrigation. Where we can leave the soil and trees untouched, our preference is to leave that native because we do not want to introduce water to these existing trees. And I'm the nerd walking through Sea Haven, taking close-up photos of all of the beautiful native plant material that is doing a phenomenal job of surviving by itself out there today. So that is our plan to just support the native plantings that are doing so well here, support the trees that have not been impacted by grading. And then where you see grading is where we would put our replacement trees. And then in this area, trust me, we felt it just the same when we understood the need for this overland escape to protect from flooding. Or it was a hard blow, but we understood the need. And so, but at the same time, we have the tools and we have the vision to return this area to a natural open space. And to your point, Chair McCarthy, in the arroyo, I think this is probably a great place where we can attempt to replace trees in kind in a similar ratio. However, we know we have had trouble with the Monterey pine, so we do not intend to introduce new Monterey pines. So, but in the arroyo, it is predominantly, it would be about 50% Quercus agrifolia, the coast live oak, and then the cypress trees. And then we're also supplementing it with holly oak and the California buckeye. So we can get a little more diversity, but still stick with trees that are suitable for the region. And then we have some more native, these are actually predominantly oaks and cypress is what we're thinking for the buffer area. And we have a strand of existing trees that we'll be able to keep up in this zone. I know there were some changes to the slope so that we could save a few more. And then here is one of our parks where we can start to add some more focal feature trees and seasonal interest. And then we have another park here, and they mentioned that 58 feet of grading. So if they can't pick it up in a flat house, or these are multifamily or units over in this zone, but in the park, we got to get creative with the slopes that we have to pick up. There's about 8 to 12 feet of grade change in this park right here, but we were able to get creative with it and create some usable spaces for folks and places for trees as well. And we have one more park over here that houses will front on where we have a conceptual layout for trees too. So there was a comment about getting planning input on this plan. I believe this is the time. This is the concept plan, and we are here to receive your comments and answer questions. So thank you very much for your time. I hope that wasn't, it was a bit long, sorry.
And Bianca, can you help me with the pronunciation of your last name again?
Sure, so the husband says it's pronounced Koenig.
Okay.
Bianca Koenig.
Koenig, all right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Commissioners, what I'd like to propose, if there's no objection, is because I think there might be some public comment with questions that mirror the questions that we have, I'm wondering if we could go out to the public and then come back and ask questions of the applicant and the presentation they just gave. And that way we can incorporate any questions that might come from the public as well. And I'm just hoping that might be a time saver. Is there any objection to that? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We will open up public comment on this item. If there's any member of the public that would like to address the commission, you would have up to 4 minutes to do so. Please raise your Zoom hand. And I am seeing 2 hands so far. So we'll start with Mr. Owen and followed by Anna Brigatino. Mr. Owen, you should be unmuted. Please go ahead. You have up to 4 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so can I make comments or is this just questions?
This is public comment. So you can make comment. If you have questions, we will try to get those questions addressed by either the applicant or staff or whoever the appropriate person is.
Okay, I have 9 conditions that I would like to be made part of your approval. The first one is that, and this is something that the arborist and I discussed, and he was talking about like tagging the saved trees and possibles and removed with different colored ribbons to make it really clear to the construction people. So my first condition, that I'm asking for you to adopt is for the 129 saved trees to be marked, which is sort of simple, maybe with yellow ribbons. The second one is for the 34 possible trees to be saved to also be marked according to the arborist recommendation, maybe a blue ribbon. But then the third condition is that you don't need to mark the 353 trees to be removed. It's just like everything left is removed. You only have to identify the 129 trees that are to be saved and the 34 possibles. So this saves the developer some trouble. It makes it really clear. And so that just makes sense to me. You don't need to mark the trees that are going to be removed. Everything that's not marked, is removed. Okay. My fourth condition is that no non-natives should go in the arroyo. So they have listed New Zealand Christmas trees, metaleucas, rigid paperback, Chinese elm. Those should not go in the arroyo, which should sort of emphasize the native habitat because you have native maritime chaparral. That's going to be emphasized there, which is my fifth point, should emphasize maritime chaparral in the arroyo section. That includes sages, ceanothus, manzanitas, baccharis. So that's the fifth. Sixth recommendation, no cypress as street trees in the residential areas. The next recommendation would be to have a photo log of the saved 129 saved trees to enhance transparency and accountability. The next one would be to enhance the 129 saved tree map locations so you can easily identify the locations of those trees. I only counted 73. The arborist on site could come up with about 114, which is still 15 short. If you've tried to identify those yourself, I'm sure everybody came up with different numbers. So if you could clearly identify.
Mike, you have 30 seconds, 27 seconds.
Okay, and the last thing is that for the 1,458 trees to be replanted, please come up with a definite map. The conceptual map is great, but please come up with a map that's open to the public so they, again, for transparency and accountability, be able to see where these trees are actually have gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Owen, for joining us and your comments. Next up, we have, let's see, I think Anna Brigatino. We'll get you unmuted here and you'll have up to 4 minutes. Just stand by. Christy, are you able to unmute Anna?
I will, yes, right now. I'm asking her to unmute.
Okay, got it.
Okay, your 4 minutes is starting. Go ahead.
Okay, I've lived in Sea Haven for 3 years, and I'd just like to say one of the joys is opening your curtains in the morning and staring at a great horned owl on your neighbor's roof. So as it's comforting to hear some of the information from the developers as to the steps that they're taking to mitigate damage to especially to the Arroyo area. It seems unfortunate that so much work needs to be done to accommodate the drainage situation, but it is what it is, right? So just sort of to follow up on what Mike's been saying, though, it would be great to make sure that there is accountability, only because of that issue that did happen on Bluffs and Marina Heights, where it was supposed to be a bit of open space there, and it ended up just being a row of trees, which was disappointing to people. It didn't impact me personally, but the Arroyo area has such beautiful live oaks and chaparral already that it would be, it's unfortunate that it needs to be worked on at all. But since it does, it's good to hear that it will be replaced with comparable vegetation, which would support the wildlife. So I guess that's about all I had to say.
Thank you, Anna Brigatini. Any other member of the public like to address the commission on this item? I see James Benita. We'll get you unmuted and you'll have 4 minutes.
All right, James, you ready?
Hi, this is Jill Benita. I'm James's wife. We're both residents of Sea Haven as well, and we are frequent enjoyers of the Arroyo. And I fully endorse what Mike's suggestions are. Our concerns are, strawberry trees are awesome, they're great, but we don't want them in the Arroyo. We want the natural setting. And that's part of why we came here, is that was the full intention. And yes, things have changed. So I think that the transparency, because there is a lot of public discussion around this on Nextdoor. So I think increasing transparency and documenting, the commitment to the natural land there would be extraordinarily beneficial to the perception of the community, the perception of the developer, and the residents who are here, who want to be here because of those reasons that the developer outlined. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Is that the end of your comment?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All right. Any other member of the public like to address the commission? Please raise your Zoom hand. I'm not seeing any. We'll give you another couple seconds here if anyone wants to chime in before we close public comment. Okay, not seeing any hands up. We will officially close public comment and we will bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, taking into account what you heard from the public and any questions you might have of your own, you're free to ask questions to either the applicant who gave their presentation or staff, or provide general comment as well. Commissioner Amadeo, I see your hand is up, followed by Commissioner Woodson. You're muted, Commissioner Amadeo.
I apologize for not unmuting myself. I did not hear number 8 of Mike Owen's 9 recommendations. And so I would like to hear what number 8 is. But before that question is answered, my understanding was that there were 2 different planting palettes that were listed for trees. One was for neighborhood street trees, front yards, and the other one was for the Arroyo area. So if that slide can come back up so that we can ensure that it is true chaparral plantings there, and not trees that would be inappropriate to a chaparral area, that would be important. and so where I'm seeing, for instance, the strawberry tree where you're doing the tree mitigation plan, that is the street trees, but included on that was also the Monterey cypress. And I agree, it doesn't belong as a street tree, but it doesn't belong as a front yard tree either. My own foundation for my house was cracked as a result of a cypress tree on the other side of our fence lot. So it's not in my yard, but due to the drought, the root system went well beyond the drip line of the tree and cracked our foundation. And the only reason why we found out that our foundation was cracked was because we redid our backyard and we removed flooring in the house to replace, and saw this huge crack where a root had gone under our house. So it's really important that cypress trees are not in an area where they can damage foundations, damage sidewalks, or damage streets. So I would say that it's not just no cypress as street trees. The cypress trees should be limited to open space. And then if there were any others in the plan for the arroyo that didn't belong there, I'm not familiar with what plants are appropriate and what are not. I'm hoping that we can rely on those all being things that are appropriate to arroyo area.
Is it okay if I chime in on those? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Just because it sounds like I made this a little bit confusing, so I wanted to clarify. So it is a list of open space, parks, and buffer trees. So the non-native trees are reserved for the parks, and absolutely agree with everyone's comments about keeping the arroyo with native trees. So our plan was coast live oak, cypress, and buckeye. Actually, Patrick and I spent a great deal of time trying to find the appropriate trees that could all work together and be available in those quantities. So these are our top four of this is what we're proposing, but for sure these are not part of the
okay. That was
area.
Confusing to me, so I appreciate that. And I think that was it. Oh no, I mentioned the Monterey cypress because that was a comment prior to public comment that I wanted to see that addressed as not being in the residential areas unless it is in open space, no street tree.
That sounds wonderful. And I think I only had it in there because you can see it in the roundabouts today. So I didn't want to be contrary to what you see today in the roundabouts. That maybe would be the only place I agree that it would make sense.
Okay,
for a street and front yard tree.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We can strike it from that list.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Amadeo, only because I was writing down Mr. Owen's 9 items, I wrote down for number 8, he suggested that we enhance the 129 saved tree map locations to better be able to ID those trees. He was making the point that he was having a hard time identifying the trees based on the map that was provided. Other than that, did you get all the questions that you had answered, or?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Woodson?
I kind of want to go back to my other question before, because I don't think it was necessarily answered. Because the answer was given was, well, we have open space and we're going to use the 5-gallon trees because, well, they're closer to the homes type of thing. And I guess my concern is, my follow-up question is, at this point, what were the size of the trees that you planted along the roadways for the street trees, and in the neighborhood like home trees that are currently there in the current phases, and how are they doing since they were planted, and what is the expected growth rate of those? Because again, I'm still kind of concerned. I live a half-mile away, and not even a half mile, and putting in 3-gallon trees, what I learned with the sand is that yes, sand is very hard on trees. Yes, smaller trees are better, but at 3-gallon trees, the only way I could get 3-gallon trees to really work well was when I put more of a direct root watering system into that, and I don't believe that's actually what the plan was. At least that's not what it looks like. for the way you're setting up those trees. So I'm not sure that, again, to go from I don't mind the 15-gallon, but it seems that going down to the 5-gallon is a significant step down. That seemed to be, from your answer, driven more by the fact that they were in a house lot setting than it was a sand soil growth issue.
Through the chair, can I make one comment very
Please.
quickly? All right, so the photograph that we're looking at does not give the commission or the public a good perspective on what would happen if trees were planted today. So phase 1 of Sea Haven happened back in 2007. And phase 1 was Marina Heights Drive and Abrams. So these trees were planted 15 years ago. So that's what we're dealing with these more mature trees that you see as you drive down Marina Heights and Abrams. So you are going to see for the other phases much less mature trees than you're going to see here on, I believe this is Marina Heights Drive. The trees on Marina Heights Drive, these pines are not doing well. And the arborist is on here now. They're having problems with, and he can probably tell you exactly what's happening, but they're being annihilated by woodpeckers. So they're looking at potentially removing and replacing these particular trees. But what you're seeing is the mature trees as you drive down the main streets of Sea Haven. These were planted a very long time ago. And on the new streets, that's where you're going to see the strawberry trees and that type of thing, the less mature trees. So please don't be swayed by the mature trees that you're seeing. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me, Christy. And then maybe we can go to the applicant or the arborist to kind of more directly answer Commissioner Woodson's question about why the 5-gallon versus the 15 and what the survivor. I think what I heard from Commissioner Woodson was, is the survivability really a reality given the small container size with no root watering?
Right, and the arborist has Bianca.
Yeah, may I? Just so we don't go down too deep, I want to bring us back out because I hear there is questions about the 5-gallon. We don't do 3. It's just 5. 5 is as low as we plan to go. So 5-gallon and 15-gallon. And these are only planned for within the Arroyo area. The 5 gallons, we are only planning for the Arroyo area so that we can get the diversity of ages of the trees. And so that we can work in the steeper slopes. And also they are proven to be, and actually I'll let Patrick chime in as well. But the smaller you plant it, the more easier it is at adapting to the existing conditions and surviving on their own long-term. And then also, yes, all the trees that we are proposing in this plan will be irrigated. We will have water going directly to these trees. They will be on a system that can monitor the level of watering. The system will be connected to a rain sensor so that it will automatically shut off if there is rain. So we plan to provide all these trees with a complete irrigation system so that we can, and it will be with drip irrigation as well. High efficiency irrigation systems to all of the trees that are proposed. And just for the streets and front yard trees, those are typically 15-gallon trees. And yes, the 15-gallon trees is great for the street and front yards because it's an easy one for most maintenance companies to maintain. So better survival rate in these more residential areas. And in the Arroyo, we know we're taking a special approach here. So we are adding 5-gallon trees to the mix and getting that diversity in age of the trees and increasing chance of survival. I'm looking at your expression. I'm not sure if did we answer, or we can have Patrick.
No, you did. I mean, that helped it out. That was, it made more sense to me, the 15 gallons in the street areas putting the 5 gallons in the arroyo, given the tight spaces and the other constraint. I think that makes more sense. That was not necessarily clear in the way the legal report was written. So thanks.
Okay. May I answer Mike Owen's question about the number 8, enhancing the saved trees on the exhibit?
Sure, please go ahead.
So one of the challenges is if you go through that arroyo, they are really dense. These trees are right next to each other. They are literally on top of each other. And the dots on the map are probably 5 feet in diameter. And those dots in the plan are literally on top of each other. So that's one of the challenges of why it's hard to see every tree in the plan. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Woodson. Let's go to Vice Chair Bilsker.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Amadeo already asked 2 of the questions that I had, so thank you very much. But I did have a comment regarding Mike Owen's earlier statement about not tagging any of the trees that were going to be removed because it would be simple. But it would also be simple to have someone take tags off. So I just wanted to point that out. We probably want to have a pretty complex tagging system of all the trees and some decent monitoring, just something that I wanted to bring up while it's fresh on my mind.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bilsker. Any other comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Amadeo, go ahead.
Yeah, going back to the tagging of the trees, and I share Commissioner Bilsker's concern that tags are easy to remove, unfortunately, different colored ribbons. But it was my understanding that trees that are to be saved will have the orange fencing around them. And I was wondering if the trees that are questionable to be saved, depending upon the grading that has to occur, if those would also have orange fencing around them, with the arborist also being present, so that by location on the map, he would know if that was a yes for sure saved or a questionable for saved, because I'm sure nothing is going to happen without the arborist saying, yes, that's correct, as a means of redundancy, so that we don't have a mistake like happened in the Dunes project, where trees were removed that weren't supposed to be. So that would be that concern. How is that being addressed? Is it the orange fencing? And can that be done for the possible saves as well?
Does the applicant want to take, was that a question kind of for the applicant, Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Dan Garson again here. I think I'd like to have Patrick Kraybacher, our arborist, opine about some of the techniques to mark trees. We all have an opinion about it. I think we are fundamentally in agreement with you that saved trees should be marked, and orange fence isn't appropriate as long as we can get it around them and they're not all tied together. But if you don't mind, could we have Patrick weigh in here? He's
yeah, Patrick is
Yeah.
to talk.
I just clicked on mute. You guys can hear me. Oh, there's my name. So yeah, I spoke with Mike in the field, and to clarify what he's talking about, he is asking me to flag them immediately prior to grading and removal of any tree. So I will be on site during all initial grading, and that will include flagging all trees to be saved, the trees to be potentially saved, and then the ones to be removed, I will be out there on site indicating to the whoever is removing the trees which ones go, which ones stay, making it very clear with flagging. And then yes, we will be surrounding all these saved trees with orange fencing to act as exclusion fencing, so no one goes in these areas once the initial grading has occurred.
And if I may chime in on top of that, Chair McCarthy, if you'll grant me a moment here. We have as we indicated in the program, we are offering to have our arborists on time full site. We recognize that there is sensitivity in Marina to trees. We know that there have been projects where trees have not been properly managed in the clearing process. We are aware of it. We're sensitive to it. We hear it here. We hear it from Mike Owen. We hear it from residents. Loud and clear, we've got the message. I've already spoken with our grading and clearing contractor and advised him of the sensitivity here. So in addition to flagging and pre-construction meetings, we have agreed that Patrick will be on site the full time that we're doing clearing. We agree that marking the saved trees with ribbon in addition to the orange fence is appropriate. We're open to constructive ideas, and having said that, we're aware that this is a construction process. So flags get blown off, but that's why we would have Patrick there on site when we are doing tree clearing and grading. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask another question, Chair McCarthy?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Amadeo.
In the better map that was suggested for the saved trees, because there is that, when you're looking at a small map and you've got 30 trees and they're in a very small area, it is layered on top of one another. Is there a way that those maps could be broken down into segments for the public to be able to see in this segment, these are the trees that are to be removed or to be saved, you know, whatever is easier, just to give that layer of security to the public that they understand what is happening out there. Because I agree, the maps are not very helpful when I was looking at them, because what I see is just a bunch of green, a bunch of yellow, and that's not really helpful when you're trying to identify a tree. So I just want to know if that's possible to break a map down into segments so the public can better understand what's happening.
And if I may, Chair McCarthy, respond.
Please.
Yeah. We have, again, Patrick Kraybacher available, and we have our engineer, Andy Hunter. I'd like Andy to weigh in if you don't mind, because I think what we can do is have our plan sheets on a larger scale so that we could accommodate the request to identify the trees. But rather than me speak for Andy, if you don't mind, if we grant Andy the opportunity to speak, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
And that was Andy Hunter?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good evening. Yeah, this is Andy Hunter, Whitson Engineers. To answer the question there, I'll first start by saying that the trees have been precisely surveyed by our land survey department at our office, so we digitally know where those are and can retrace them back to real world coordinates. So what we do on our construction drawings is then take that information and the exhibits that you're looking at tonight on those big color maps with the big dots on them, those are 100 scale, meaning that 1 inch equals 100 feet. Our construction drawings, we take that down to 1 inch equals 20 feet. So you turn from what's one sheet is suddenly turned into, look at my plan here, like 27 sheets. So you can get a lot more detail, and then therefore can zoom in and see that. So we have been processing this construction drawing with city engineering department that shows that detail. And I'd be happy to work with our design team here and figure out ways to have some more clear handouts of specific areas to zoom in at a bigger scale and show those more clearly from one sheet to multiple.
Okay. Does that answer your questions, Commissioner Amadeo?
Yeah, it was just a way that anybody in the public would be able to access the information that they needed, which this map gives a very general idea, but it doesn't adequately address it for someone who wants more detail. And if that was made available to the public, it doesn't have anything to do with whether we do a permit tonight or not. It has to do with the public wanting to watch what's going on and being able to access a map that gives them better clarity. So yes, that answered my question because it sounds like that's something they're able to do.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Commissioner Walton, thank you for being so patient. Please go ahead, followed by Commissioner Herr.
I guess just going back, I'm hoping to ask the arborist now my question with respect to box trees. I'd like to know why they're the desired option, what their rate of survivability is. Is that, I think, 1,458 trees going in? Are we expecting all of them to survive in these box trees? Are in boxes going to be placed in the ground? Are they going to be dismantled after roots have built up? Like, how does that work? Can you walk us through that? Or is that a lot to ask?
Right. Commissioner Walton, you were a little difficult to understand, but I'll ask the applicant if they heard the question. What I heard was the survivability rate of box trees versus the different container trees.
Right. Is this better? I'm closer.
You're still muffled. I'm not sure why, but if you could repeat.
I don't know either. This is I was having technical difficulties earlier. Maybe if I turn off my video, is this better? No, I'm not trying to process it much.
Yeah, no, you're still muffled. We can hear you. It was a little bit difficult. So in addition to the survivability of the box trees, what was the other part of the question?
Why is this the desired option?
Okay, I think we got it.
And it sounded like she wanted me to answer that. Am I
Yes.
correct? Okay. So smaller trees have more time to adapt to the stresses that are in that specific area. These specific areas have a lot of wind, have some bark beetles, have sometimes some moths, and a smaller tree can adapt to those stresses long term, as well as where you plant the tree. So if we plant these trees on steep slopes, they adapt to steep slopes better than larger trees. So in Monterey specifically, most arborists will attest to this, that smaller trees grow better faster in the long term. So for restoration projects, we always emphasize for 15 5-gallon trees as opposed to large box trees, because aesthetically box trees, they do look great, but long term they don't establish to those stressors, and the stressors are the biggest thing in arboriculture that we as arborists look for, because we're looking for a good urban forest to last a long time, not an urban forest to look good and not last a long time. Did that answer your question?
May I also,
Yeah, go
this is
ahead.
Bianca Koenig, landscape architect. And also I heard Commissioner Walton ask about the 24-inch container box size. Sorry, let me start over. 24-inch box size tree specifically. And so these box trees will account for we did the math, exactly 25% of the proposed mitigation, proposed replacement trees will be 24-inch box size. And our plan is to place the 24-inch box trees in the park settings where you would want more of an instant effect for shade, because we will be, well, not that you need shade all the time in Marina, but it can be useful. So in the parks, we would use it in strategic locations for shade, for intentional screening, because you can get the 24-inch box would provide a more instant screening effect if that was necessary for some reason. And then they are planted, the boxes are stripped off of the nursery tree, and then the root part of the tree is placed in the ground without the box. And it is planted with fertilizer tablets, and it is connected with drip irrigation. And we have a very high survivability rate. Actually, for the 3 years, we will be replacing any trees that don't make it. And so, and also the 24-inch box trees are going in our high profile areas. So the community will be inclined to make sure those stick around and provide the more instant effect. And then yes, over time, you won't notice which ones were 5, 15s, and 24-inch box. Within 5 to 10 years, maybe 15, depending on how much exposure it has. In the parks, we get a lot of protection from the houses that will go around them. So we'll have a better chance for using larger sizes in the parks. But let me know if that answers, or if you'd like more information on that approach.
That was great, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walton. Commissioner Hurd?
Yes, my question is more to the developer, but before asking my questions, I want to ask the chair and also other commissioners. I mean, living in Sea Haven myself, and I'm not sure how much I can, participate in this discussion. So am I allowed to ask a question, or?
That would be a question for staff, if you'd be willing to kind of chime in. Christy, in particular, I don't know if you're still with us.
No, I am. I'm sorry. I missed that question. Could you ask that question again?
The question was, Commissioner Hurd lives in Sea Haven, and so she's concerned about any potential conflict if there's an opinion on whether she should be abstaining or asking questions or.
If you own property within 500 feet of the area where you're making a decision, you should abstain. Actually, recuse yourself.
So the process for that, Commissioner Hurd, if you are going to do that, would be just to turn off your video and then, of course, not participate in the vote.
And I'm not sure exactly where you live. I was talking to Chair McCarthy about this. I haven't mapped where all the newer commissioners live, but if you think you live within 500 feet and could be influenced on a monetary compensatory level with this, then you should recuse yourself from the vote and from the discussion.
I think I will be okay. I'm doing calculation here, but if the others feel uncomfortable about my participation, then I can close.
What street are you on?
I'm in phase 1.
So are you over on the west side?
By the end, close to the entrance.
Of
From Imjin.
On Marina Heights?
No, it's Palisade.
Oh, I think you're well beyond 500 feet. So you should be fine.
Okay.
Nick and I drove it, what, a couple days ago?
Okay.
And yeah, Palisades is well beyond 500 feet, so you should be fine.
Well, my question is more, asking confirmation from the developer, because it seems that everybody's moving, everybody seems to be, I won't say everybody, but at least many people are favorable of the suggestion that Michael Owen has made. So my question to the developer is, how much of it, out of these 8 conditions do you, does the developer think they can abide by, or is there any conditions that Michael Owen has suggested that the developer seems difficult to meet?
Thank you, Commissioner Hurd. I guess to Mr. Garson, did you receive and understand the 9 questions that Mr. Owen had? And if so, are there concerns with any or all of them in terms of being able to accommodate? Is there anything that you can provide in response to that?
Chair McCarthy, thank you. So I believe I wrote down 7 of them. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a moment and kind of walk through them and see what we can do here? So the first one I have is mark saved trees with color A, if you will. And I believe that that's fine. And I believe also that orange fence would accommodate the same thing. So if we're comfortable with marking saved trees, with surrounding them with orange fence and a color marker, I'm fine with that. With respect to marking possible saved trees with another color, and I believe that would also require orange fence from us, yes, I'm accommodating to that one. Then there was a comment he made, but it didn't sound, or he said, don't mark the trees that aren't going to be saved. And
Yeah,
frankly,
I think that was
agree.
number 3.
Yeah, I frankly agree with that. You know, people will, the work staff and everybody will get used to the notion of orange is a stay, yellow is a stay, anything that's not is removed. And frankly, we've done enough tree work that we should be able to mark the trees sufficiently to accommodate that. With respect to no non-natives in Arroyo, I believe Bianca has opined that we are accepting of that item there. No cypress as street trees. We agree with that. The obvious one is cypress in certain roundabouts. We have no new roundabouts planned. We would agree that Monterey cypress is appropriate in large open space areas. So I think fundamentally we're good with that one. I got a little foggy then with photo log of saved trees.
If I can just interrupt, the next one that I wrote down, and I hope that I got them right, but an emphasis on maritime chaparral in the Aurora, which I thought I heard Bianca say that was the plan. So that was number 5 for me.
And we would agree with that. We have opined that maritime chaparral is an appropriate consideration for the Arroyo. Yes, we agree.
And then 6 being the cypress trees that you mentioned. 7, then what you just hinted at was a photo log of the 129 saved trees.
Yeah, so if I may, Patrick, is that something that we can accommodate?
Yeah, we have the photos of every single tree that on this map. It'll take some time. Those photo logs they just take time, but yeah, we can put one together.
Okay, so this would be a photo log of the 129 saved trees. Yes, we can accommodate that. Next.
Number 8 was enhance the 129 saved tree map, which is the question Commissioner Amadeo had kind of talked to as well. So in other words, it sounds like you already have it, but somehow make that available to the public. Something that is kind of blown up, if you will, so you can see exactly where those dots are.
Certainly. So let me respond this way. Our civil improvement plans will be, as Andy Hunter indicated, on a 20 scale. It's my understanding that improvement plans become a public document. And should a citizen wish to get a copy of that, they can approach the city and get a copy of that. I'm not trying to weave a fine line, but clearly they are public documents. They're available to the public. It is a hefty set of plan sheets, but we have no objection to people availing themselves to those plans.
Christy, do you concur that that would be a public document? Before we move on.
Yes, anything that is submitted to the city or is presented in a public setting is a public document.
Okay, thank you. And then the final one I have, Mr. Garson, was just the, in terms of the proposed replacement map, coming up with what I wrote down was coming up with a more definite map that is open to the public for transparency and accountability.
Sure. So if I may, the replacement trees would become a part of the landscape improvement plans. And as such, they would also become a public document. To go backward for a second, in our phase 3 plans that were recently approved, we had to identify replacement trees there. So I have no objection to identifying replacement trees in our landscape improvement plans.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer? I think that answers Commissioner Herr's questions. It sounds like we're getting commissioners pretty close to someone entertaining a motion. I wanted to ask one question that actually really isn't one of my own, but one that I saw mentioned on social media. And that is, someone asked if any of the trees that are going to be removed are going to then be a replacement tree. In other words, is it going to be repurposed or saved? And if not, is there any opportunity for small removed trees to kind of be offered to the public for them to plant elsewhere? And I guess that would be a question for you, Mr. Garson, or whoever you want to take it.
Certainly. Thank you for that question. It's actually a very interesting and good question. So there are a number of saplings, and I choose that word carefully because these are not trees in the city's definition of a tree, meaning 6-inch diameter at 4 foot DBA. So there are saplings out there that we currently have plans to relocate to the Cove as part of our landscape theme at the Cove, our new club facility. So yes, we will be doing so.
Okay.
With respect to citizens going out there and harvesting trees, I have to tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I'm not totally opposed to it, but what stops people from just going out there and having a grand old time and creating an awkward situation for us? It's an unusual one for me. Josh, if you have an opinion about that, I'd probably best to throw it up to Dad and see what he has to say. That is Josh, if you're still here.
Josh,
Can you repeat that one more time, please, Dan?
Yeah, my apologies. And sorry to drag you in. Today is Josh's birthday. So
happy birthday, Josh.
And I would also add that Patrick Krabacher's wife is their baby is due. And so I want to thank Patrick for being sharp and attentive tonight, knowing that his wife could go into labor at any moment.
Oh my goodness.
Josh, the question was, how would we feel about citizens going out there and harvesting young saplings during some identified period of time?
So honestly, one of my concerns would be just liability being out on the site. I mean, we make sure that we provide protection to the site. We do carry adequate insurance, but I understand the request. But honestly, just to limit anybody falling, getting hurt, using tools on our site, I would just like to encourage people not to do that. And I apologize for that. I would love to see maybe as we're harvesting trees, I know that our arborist and maybe some of our specialists might be able to put some saplings aside. I don't know if that's too arduous for Dan and his team, because I understand the request, but I would probably shy away from having residents out on the site with tools trying to harvest their own trees, and that just sounds like it could go wrong.
That makes sense. And it was a social media question I promised I would ask. What I think I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that one, if there are any salvageable trees, Seahaven already has some plans to repurpose those at another site. And two, if a citizen is really that serious about, entertaining the idea of salvaging a tree that you might not otherwise use, they should just reach out directly to you for kind of to Seahaven for a one-on-one kind of conversation. Is that fair to say?
I think that would be absolutely fine. Dan and also my number, you can reach us through our website or through our main office. We'd be very receptive if someone had a specific species or tree they identified to go out there before the work. We could probably assist them in that. We'd probably want to limit it so it wasn't, something that got out of hand. But if there's something specific, we could absolutely work with somebody.
Thank you for that answer.
Thanks, Josh.
Right.
And Chair McCarthy, just to put a point on that, the trees that will be taken over the Cove, it is a limited number. And there are certain species and size that our team is working on identifying trees that could come out of their saplings, not trees, saplings that could come out of the arroyo and be placed at the Cove. So I don't want to lead you on that it's 1,000 trees we're saving for the Cove. It is a limited number. It's probably somewhere between a half dozen and a dozen, but we think it speaks nicely of the community and our efforts. So thank you very much, and I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, commissioners, we've had a pretty lengthy discussion. I think a robust, a very good discussion. Any other questions, or would anyone like to entertain a motion?
So I'll entertain the motion. I would make a motion that we approve this project with the findings and conditions that staff listed in our resolution, as well as including the conditions brought to us by Mike Owen that were agreed to by the developer tonight.
And
Nick, are you, do you have those? Are you comfortable with those?
Yes, yeah, I have those written down.
Got them written down? Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have a second?
I would second that.
So motion by Commissioner Amadeo and a second by Commissioner Woodson. Any discussion on the motion? Any final questions, comments? Not seeing any. All right, let's go to roll call, please. Commissioner Amadeo, sorry, did you have?
I just wanted to say thank you to the developer for the field trip that they did Wednesday, I think it was. At any rate, it was very helpful. It answered a lot of questions in advance of this meeting and allowed you to incorporate those things into tonight's meeting. And I just want to say I really appreciated it.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. All right, not seeing any other hands. Let's go to roll call vote, please.
Chair McCarthy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bielsker, Vice Chair Bielsker.
Are you doing a roll call? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Commissioner Amadeo,
Yes.
Commissioner Herr,
Yes.
Commissioner Walton. Okay, I see. I need a verbal.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Rana,
Yes.
who am I missing?
Me.
Oh, Commissioner Woodson.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sea Haven, for the robust discussion and being available to answer all of the questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay. Commissioners, do we need a quick break? Are we ready to move on to our last public hearing of the night?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's continue.
All right. Thanks everyone for being patient, especially the Quick Quack staff that is online. We will move on to public hearing number 6C, which is for 150 Beach Road, a new Quick Quack car wash. We are going to open a public hearing, take any testimony from the public, and consider adopting a resolution recommending approval of a combined development permit, including a coastal development permit, site and architectural design review, a zoning permit, and sign permit for a self-serve drive-in car wash at 150 Beach Road, Pad D, exempt from CEQA per Article 19, Section 15303, Class 3. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Chair McCarthy, Commissioners. I'm Brad Evanson, contract planner for the city. And with your permission, let me go ahead and get the share screen going and bring up the presentation.
Thank you, Brad.
Okay, is everyone seeing my screen?
Looks good from here.
Okay, great. Okay, this is, as you said, it's an automated car wash, self-serve drive-through car wash at Pad D, which is in the northeast corner of the Marina Landing Shopping Center, just off of Beach Road, just west or just east of Reservation Road. And come on. There we go. Okay, as you can see, here we are over at the aerial image of the site. Pad D's up there in the corner. The subject parcel, it's just a tick under 1 acre. It's in the general plan, it's tagged as visitor serving retail and services. The zoning, it's planned commercial with the coastal permit overlay. And in the local coastal program, it's designated as general commercial. And it is subject to the Marina Landing General Development Plan regulations and standards. The proposed project would construct the automated drive-through car wash operation consisting of queuing driveway space, car wash tunnel, equipment room, and self-serve vacuum canopies. Request of entitlements do include the site and architectural design review, the zoning permit, the sign permit, and the coastal development permit. The project issues mainly consistency with these regulatory documents, the zoning ordinance, general plan, and local coastal plan. The proposed use is not listed as explicitly as permitted or prohibited in all three documents. Issue consistency with the general development plan for Marina Landing. The general development plan is an older document, and there are gaps in the document that leave some issues open to interpretation. And then CEQA, an environmental impact report, was prepared for the general development plan in 1988. That document, in addition to not reflecting some of the newer practices within CEQA, such as traffic impacts measured by vehicle miles traveled instead of level of service, also includes some gaps in information that allow for interpretation of issues much as the general development plan does. So as you probably all know how an automated car wash like this works, drive into the queuing driveway, attendants direct customers enter the wash tunnel, the vehicle is guided through the tunnel where automated jets and brushes clean the car, blowers dry the vehicle as it exits the tunnel, and then customers have the option to exit the car wash property entirely or enter the vacuum area where they can go ahead and occupy a vacuum space and utilize canopy mounted vacuums to clean their car. At this point, there is no convenience store component proposed with this project, so it would just be the car wash itself, and that would be about it. Here you can see the site plan. Again, it's just laid out in a fairly simple, generally rectangular shape. The driveway queue to enter the tunnel is at the far eastern side of the property, and you loop around and come into the car wash tunnel, and then you come out and you can either enter the canopy area, or I mean the vacuum area, or you can then exit the property back into the shared parking lot with the rest of Marina Landing. The main building has the wash tunnel plus an equipment room and employee office space co-located in it. The vacuum canopies form 2 rows of spaces with a 2-way drive aisle for customers to park and vacuum their cars. Signage is reflecting of the Quick Quack corporate signage, their corporate branding. And as they've submitted their plans, it is a mix of 3 wall signs and 1 monument sign, which does comply with the limitations within the sign code of the zoning ordinance. And the size, location, and quantity are conditioned to comply with sign standards in the zoning ordinance. Materials consist of split and hone face CMU blocks, stucco banding, and metal canopies and fascia trim. And the colors are like the signage, reflective of the Quick Quack corporate branding, with light, medium, and dark grays on the building, yellow accents along the corners at the ends of the wash tunnel, and then green canopies and fascia trim. As you can see, here are some of the conceptual elevations. So you can see the different colors of the CMU blocks, the stucco and the top band, and the various fascia trim. That would be a dark green that would match the green on the vacuum canopies, as shown again here in this image. And also you can see a rendering of the proposed conceptual monument sign. It's not a huge monument sign, and it's actually proposed on the site plan to go in the middle of this landscape space that you're looking at. This shot was taken from the corner looking southeast from the easternmost driveway off of Beach Road towards the site. So to give you that orientation. The site is a vacant pad within the Marina Landing Shopping Center. There was a recent lot line adjustment that was approved by the city to adjust the property lines between Pad D and the adjacent vacant lot within the center to establish the approximately 1 acre building site to accommodate the queuing lanes, the wash tunnel, the vacuum canopies, and a couple of on-site parking spaces for their own internal use. Site landscaping would cover the balance of the site, and it includes a mix of low shrubs, ground cover, and natural grasses appropriate to the area and selected to ensure compliance with water efficiency standards. And here's a conceptual rendering. The couple of trees, the red flowering gums they've proposed. They've got a couple for some of the ground cover. They've got variants of lily, flax, blue fescue, deer grass. So it's a variety of low water usage ground covers and plantings. The project analysis, the first issue is consistency with the various regulatory documents, general development plan, zoning ordinance, and the local coastal program. As I mentioned previously, the general development plan dates back to 1992 when the Kmart was originally approved in Marina Landing, and it has undergone several amendments and modifications since then. Even though a car wash was not constructed with the 7-Eleven development, as was originally intended, the general development plan does anticipate or did anticipate a car wash use in the center, and therefore staff has concluded that the proposed use is consistent with the general development plan. The planned commercial zoning district promotes development of retail shopping facilities to serve residents and coastal visitors alike. And the PC plan commercial zoning allows various drive-in uses as permitted. Finally, the coastal overlay to the planned commercial district establishes that permitted uses within the overlay are the same as those in the base planned PC plan commercial or planned commercial zoning district. Therefore, staff concludes that the proposed use is consistent with the PC plan commercial zoning. And in the local coastal program, the site is designated as general commercial, which includes drive-in uses and service stations as permitted uses. And therefore, staff concludes that the proposed use is consistent with the Marina local coastal program. For the site and architectural design review, the findings that have to be made to approve the design review. As designed and conditioned, the proposed project will not be unsightly, undesirable, or obnoxious in appearance to the extent that it will hinder orderly and harmonious development in the city, in that the project will develop vacant property within a retail and service commercial shopping center, provided a much needed service to visitors and residents alike. As designed and conditioned, the proposed project will not impair the desirability of tenancy or investment or occupation in the city, in that the proposed project will provide a new service use to the benefit of both visitors and residents, while developing a long vacant parcel within an existing shopping center. And as designed conditioned, the proposed project will not limit the opportunity to obtain the optimum use and value of the land and improvements, in that the project helps to build out an existing shopping center with a permitted use that would both increase the number of jobs in Marina while providing a much needed service to the residents and visitors. And as designed and conditioned, the proposed project will not otherwise adversely affect the general welfare of the community, and that the project, for the reasons provided above, will have an overall positive effect on the general welfare of the community of Marina. And for the project and the CEQA determination, as noted, the environmental impact report prepared for Marina Landing dates back to 1988. CEQA has adopted several major updates to analytical processes and expansions of scope since that time. The EIR did, however, contemplate the inclusion of the car wash in a different portion of the shopping center. The planning department has reviewed the proposed project against the general plan, the zoning ordinance, the local coastal program, and the general development plan for Marina Landing, and concluded that the project is consistent with and permitted by all of the regulatory documents. And as such, the planning department has concluded that the project meets the criteria for a Class 3 categorical exemption from CEQA. Class 3 in the guidelines, section 15303C, exempts the construction of commercial facilities on sites zoned for such use, where all necessary services and utilities are available. The Planning Commission has before it the opportunity to approve the application with findings and conditions. The Planning Commission can deny the application with findings and evidence, or the Planning Commission could continue the application with direction to staff and applicant. And the recommended motion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following action: to adopt a resolution approving the combined development permit to include site and architectural design review, a sign permit, and a coastal development permit to allow the construction of a drive-through car wash facility on Pad D within the Marina Landing Shopping Center located at 150 Beach Road, subject to conditions. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Brad, for the excellent presentation. Commissioners, before we get started with questions, I just want to disclose kind of some ex parte. The applicant did reach out to me, and we did set up a very quick conversation where basically they presented what I imagine they will present tonight, and just offered an opportunity for me to ask questions. Really didn't have any material questions that weren't already addressed in the presentation, but that conversation did take place. Before we move on, is there anything else anyone would like to disclose? Or see Mr. Bilsker, Vice Chair Bilsker, you have your hand up, followed by Commissioner Walton.
That was more for comments on the presentation.
Okay.
I also, can you hear me now?
Yes, Commissioner Walton, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I also wanted to disclose ex parte communication between myself and the developer. I had one question I was hoping, a lot like Chair McCarthy. It was a brief presentation, not more than 15 minutes. And I asked if, and I would love for the developer to talk about the water recapture and recycling. I think it's very phenomenal. I was wondering about what they were going to be doing with their water, and they answered. So I was hoping that they also give that information to the public.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walton, and we'll get to that after we ask questions of the presentation. Any other comments before we start asking staff questions of the presentation? Just go ahead and unmute yourself and speak, because I see there's several hands up. So, all right, not seeing anyone. Commissioners, do we have specific questions about the presentation we just heard of staff? I see Vice Chair Bilsker, followed by Commissioner Amadeo.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions related to the site itself and the report. On page 1, it talks about, well, in several sections, about a long time ago environmental report being done on this. And it says that, it talks about the land the shopping center's on, and it says is not environmentally sensitive. And I'm just wondering who actually made that analysis. My viewing of the site, it's completely covered in landscape, and not to rub anybody's face in it, we have 8 trees that have to be removed. And I'm just wondering how all of this, who made these decisions. It's an excellent write-up by the developer, and generally a good write-up by staff. But I was curious about this environmental sensitivity issue, because we've encountered a hotel site where we were basically almost stopping any development because of plant. And is there any accounting of what's actually on that site?
Through the chair, there was not the applicant has prepared a biological study to update the assessment that ultimately goes back to prior actions on the site through the conversion of the Kmart to Walmart and the construction of the 7-Eleven. The primary issue with this site back when Marina Landing was first developed was the presence of the vernal pond or the vernal pool at the site where the 7-Eleven currently is. And there was a lot of remediation done to actually move that vernal pool across to the other side of, I guess it's catty corner to, at the intersection of Beach and Reservation there. So that was looked at as a sufficient mitigation measure to the most sensitive aspect of the particular site. There are native plants and non-native plants, frankly, growing all over the site. It has been, a lot of the areas, including the subject pad, have been unused and generally undisturbed for, frankly, kind of decades. The trees that you spoke of, those were approved for removal back in 2019, part of an approval, and Christy can probably speak better to that, as that predated my arrival here, but that is where those trees are addressed. So that was how staff was able to arrive at the conclusion that it's not environmentally sensitive, because the issues that go back to the original development of the site have been appropriately mitigated, and the trees have already been designated for removal and replacement under a separate action a few years ago.
That's correct. So the staff advised the applicant to do an early spring survey to make sure that we were capturing any of the sensitive or environmentally sensitive plant material that could be on this site. And so that was prepared, and that's part of the document of record. The trees, the cypress trees along Beach Road are not doing well. And so they're, and I think we all know that when driving by them. So the obligation of the previous permit is that those trees are replaced with better specimens on a different portion of the site. And so we will be looking at an upgraded landscape plan for this particular project.
So they are not obligated to put the replacement trees on the car wash site. They can put it anywhere within the shopping center complex.
That's correct. And we've had discussions about exactly how that would happen. And we talked with them about, you know, exactly where they would go. What we're going to do is start just bank those trees. So they'll be in the file. So they will be, as they replace trees, and they will be replacing some trees on the site, but we want to make sure that all of those trees will be replaced on the site. So as the pads continue to be developed, especially the one immediately to the east, which has the most opportunity, we'll see a lot more replacement trees.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bilsker. Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes, thank you. My concern also has to do with the area between where the building construction will go and Beach Road, and not specifically the trees, because I'm glad that's being addressed. But I don't know what the grade difference is there between the level lot where the development will be and the sidewalk that borders on Beach Road. But I'm wondering if there will be a requirement for a retaining wall. Part of the reason why the trees are failing is because there's so much erosion along there. So I wondered how that erosion is going to be addressed along that space.
Through the
So
chair.
no-
No,
Oh, go ahead,
Christy.
Brad.
Oh, I was
No,
gonna say
go
through-
ahead, Brad.
Through the chair, my recollection in reviewing the plans was there was not a vast grade differential between like the sidewalk level and then the building pad. It's going to be the site is, from the plans that I've looked at, the site looks like it's going to be brought up as it's spun up and precise graded out, that the elevations will become pretty close. So probably not likely a need for a retaining wall.
So if I can add to my question then, because the grading going east of that site is very significant between the two. And so that was the reason why I asked about a retaining wall, because it would look like those two lots running congruous to one another have a huge difference in the elevation between the lots and Beach Road, and would have to be addressed somehow together. And I'm not real sure how that would be done, but if you can reassure me, I guess is the best way of putting it, that would be addressed in both this plan and any future plan for that larger lot east of this development site.
And through the chair, the Commissioner Amadeo, the applicant is on the line, and so that might be a great question for them. I'm hoping the architect is there.
Great.
To help answer that.
Yeah, and hopefully, Commissioner Amadeo, if we can get through questions to staff, and then just keep that in mind. And
Okay,
if
the
applicant
only
doesn't-
other question that I had was related to water. And I couldn't quite understand Commissioner Walton's question. I know it was also related to water, so it might have been the same question. But you know, water is a huge concern, and we go through one drought after another. It feels more like a continuous drought. And so, is this going to be recycled water that is being used for the car wash?
That is my understanding, and the applicant, I know that we've had them in discussion with the water district to go over daily usage amounts and all that. My recollection was that it is going to be recycled water, but when they give their presentation, they'll be able to expound on that further.
Okay, and then the other question is wastewater is in other parts of Marina, we have had perk ponds to deal with runoff. And in newer construction on the former Fort Ord, we have these large retention areas that are under the parking lots and buildings, et cetera. And I wondered, because this is a high water use business, how that wastewater is being addressed.
I don't know all the details. Again, I think the recycling element of it will probably eliminate a lot of that wastewater, but I would defer to the applicant and their engineering team to be able to further clarify those details.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. And I suspect they plan to share in detail with us all about their water usage. So I'm looking forward to those answers as well. Let's go to Commissioner Woodson, followed by Commissioner Walton.
I have two quick questions. One is for staff, and then one, I'll mention it, and then the developer's on here, so hopefully they'll just can come back and answer it. For the staff side, we talked about lot line adjustment. More specifically, my question is, we've got the sidewalk on Beach that basically rounds the corner and stops. And I understand why that happened, and it makes sense at the time when Beach was, when the alignment was reconfigured years ago. However, from an ADA perspective and from a use perspective of that parking lot, as we continue to grow and develop that area, not having any type of sidewalk access into the development does kind of create an issue to me. And if we are able to do a lot line adjustment on the property and shift, I think looking at the design facility wise, it's almost like you'd have to shift the facility, the width of a parking sidewalk to, I guess, the east or northeast, southeast. It feels like, is there a way to add a sidewalk around the corner, kind of up to along parallel the long edge of the property as it enters into that complex? That's the comment for the staff. Then the other comment, do you want me to save that for the developer after the presentation, or ask it now?
You can ask it now through the chair. There is an ADA accessible ramp proposed from the sidewalk on Beach, actually down the center line of the property into the center, that goes along the sidewalk area behind and between the canopy, the vacuum canopy row, and the building itself. So there is an accessible path of travel proposed already on there.
Yeah, I guess and that cuts through the middle of their property. So we're basically asking regular pedestrians to really walk through their property.
Well, that's what they've proposed. They've got it signed and designated out with all the appropriate international ADA signage for accessible path of travel, and it runs, like I said, down close to the center line of their site, and then comes out into the parking lot. So there is that there. They could speak more to that. I don't know if there's anything else that they could offer on that, but that is part of the process or part of the project.
That's fine. I guess when I saw that as part of their facility access, as part of their facility, not part of more of the broader city access to the bigger property that exists, that includes the Walmart and then any of the other out parcels as they get built out. But maybe that's something they can address.
Yeah, and that was a big question that we asked them as we were reviewing the plan. And so they're not required to build out a sidewalk on that drive aisle. They are providing additional access to go through their site. There's also a condition of approval that they have to improve. There's a the corner intersection, or where the truncated dome is at the initial kind of driveway coming in. So there is a conditional approval on engineering, that they have to improve that. But there's no condition that they have to provide an ADA accessible sidewalk coming into if you call the Walmart parking lot.
No, and I think mine was more, understanding that since it's private property, mine was more, if we're doing a lot line adjustment anyway, even opening a space, and even if the city had to put in the sidewalk access or had that to provide that, just to have that opportunity, because once that's built, that opportunity disappears.
Yeah.
Unless it literally goes across the other side and comes up the other way, but that's fine. That was just one question. And then, well, the other question was really, mine was more on the color palette. And I understand that most of the country is moving design-wise to a neutral set of color palettes versus vibrant colors when they redesign and build. And I'm not necessarily opposed to the vibrant colors because I think that's part of their advertising side of it, but I would like them to address just their decision-making process on why they go with vibrant in some locations and why in many of their other locations. I mean, I found at least a dozen across their territory where they go with very muted earth tones. And so I would just kind of like to understand the decision-making criteria that said Marina gets vibrant colors instead of earth tones.
Well, through the chair, I did advise them that there had been some interest raised in the color schemes that they propose. So when they give their presentation, I'm sure that they will be able to address how they came to their corporate branding and all that. And then if there is a varying strategy for what the color palette is they do in one location versus another, I'm sure that they can expound on why that is. So I'll defer to their presentation, and I'm sure they'll have plenty to say on that.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Commissioner Woodson. Commissioner Walton.
Oh, am I still, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's pretty tough to hear you, but I think we can
Let's see.
turn it.
Hold this. How's this? This is my natural. Is this better? No?
Not really.
It's not, but we can hear you.
You can't hear me. I'm gonna ask, so I'm asking it if, and I don't know if this is for staff or for the developer, but if I can be walked through how we get in and out of this development. Like I don't exactly understand unless we're adding something to that dirt patch there on the east, and that's what it looks like. I'm so nervous that you can't even hear me that I don't know that I'm asking my question, but I'd like to know how to drive into this establishment, get my car serviced or washed, and then come out, because I don't necessarily see it clearly, and it can just be my fault. Thank you.
Through the chair, I did understand your question. Let me go ahead and reshare my screen, and I'll bring up the site plan and kind of guide you through with my cursor there. So let me share screen again. Okay. Okay. Oops. All right. It's not perfect, but in the lower corner of the screen here, you can see where the existing drive aisle is as it's labeled. They are going to be paving out this corner of the site to go ahead and line up with their driveway. That is part of the plan. So you'll drive into the parking lot, you'll come here and you'll hang a left turn on this new pad that extends off of the current end of the drive aisle. You'll go into the queuing area through the car wash tunnel, and then you can come out here, vacuum your car, back up, and head out onto the drive aisle and go about your business.
And I guess real quick for follow-up question is with respect to Walmart's parking How will that impact these two establishments together?
Through the chair, it shouldn't impact much at all. Part of the lot line adjustment actually pulled parking that was originally part of Pad D off of Pad D and put it back into the main parking lot for the center. So it really doesn't affect the parking at large for the center. Then the couple of spots that they need for their own use, as you can see right here on the screen, they've got 2 standard and 1 disabled spots for just use of the car wash. And then they've got the separate parking under the vacuum canopies here for that usage. So their parking is all separated off from the rest of the shopping center.
Well, in addition, there's already reciprocal. There's parking agreements with all of the participants in the Marina Landing shopping center for shared parking. So anybody can park in the Walmart parking lot and go to any. Well, when we have more uses out there, so there's agreements that have already been in place since around 1992, and Mr. Terry Talon is, I think he's on the line, and he can talk a little bit more about that if you're interested in it. So it's not just having their own parking on the site; they're able to use the Walmart parking lot.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Walton?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Woodson, I see your hand is up. Do you have an additional question? You're muted. Okay, I see you took your hand down there. Not seeing any other hands at this point. I had a couple questions. Let's see. I guess the first one is oftentimes with these applications, in terms of a lighting plan, we will get either in the design review phase or at the planning commission level, the applicant will actually show us the exact luminaires that they're using, actual lighting structures. We haven't received that, or the city hasn't received that, have they? I didn't see it as part of the packet.
Actually, I did speak with the applicant earlier today about this particular issue. Apparently, there was a photometric study that was submitted prior to my coming on board with the city to help out with this, that I guess Public Works and Community Development have both looked at and already given a conceptual thumbs up to. I know that the applicant, because we talked about it earlier, I'm sure that they will have their photometric study at the ready to go ahead and pull it up and discuss further if needed. But that is something that has already been in the works. And I just apologize for not including it because it wasn't part of the packet that I was reviewing when I came on board for this.
Okay, and I did see a photometric study in the packet actually, and what that study does or appears to do from my perspective is talks about the level of lighting at ground level. But what it doesn't do is talk about the actual luminaires and whether they're dark sky compliant and, you know, maybe what the level of light is right in the sky. And I know that's become an increasing popular issue in our city. And so I imagine the applicant might touch on that when they give their presentation.
They could, and through the chair, if the commission so chose, if approval was something the commission was interested in pursuing, certainly part of any motion of approval could be to add a condition requiring that all site lighting be downward mounted, shielded, and dark sky compliant, or some such language like that. I don't know what the appropriate language is, and I'm sure that the applicant would want to go ahead and minimize any additional restrictions on them, but that's certainly something that can be discussed as the commission moves into any kind of a motion phase.
Okay, and the other question I have regarding the presentation is we talked a little bit about the plans that existed, circa 1992, and that we are relying heavily on those plans. At least my understanding is relying on those plans to move forward. My question is, does doing so set any kind of precedent? And I apologize, I know this is a bit of a legal question, but set a precedent for the future pads that will be developed. In other words, if we decide today that we're moving forward based on these legacy plans, does that kind of in any way lock us into doing the same thing when a new application comes for another pad? Or can we look at that on its own merits and move forward?
I would suspect we could look at it on its own merits. We have had discussions along these lines, both internally with staff and with the applicant. And if Christy wants to expound further, I know we were talking with the manager of the shopping center about what to do about considering updates to the general development plan. The applicant may wish to further discuss that. We haven't proposed anything formal for this project because in talking with the city attorney, we can't exactly make a nexus for a comprehensive requirement for a comprehensive update to the general development plan on the basis of this one project. It has to have something initiated from the larger shopping center ownership and management. So
Right. So I would not venture to actually comment on that right now for future projects. We've got a lot to work out with the owners on the site for future projects. So we're going to take what I would advise you to do is take this project on its own merit and its compliance or non-compliance if you wish. But our recommendation is compliance with the current, even if it's outdated, general development plan. And then we'll come back to you with something else at a later date.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions for staff. Any other questions from commissioners before we go over to the applicant? Not seeing any hands up. So what I'd like to do is offer the applicant an opportunity to give a presentation if they have one. Let's see if we can get them unmuted here. I see Ryan, I think it's Hooper. Let's see. I'm going to change him to a panelist. I don't know if you're working on that too, Christy. Sorry if I'm.
No, I'm going to leave you alone. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask him to unmute. Can you hear me, Ryan?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else you'd like us to move over into the panelist section?
Yes, actually, Vance Shannon with Quick Quack, Ephraim Corona with Quick Quack, Terry Talon from Talon Capital, and Samuel Horde, our project acoustic consultant. And if possible, I know that Vance has some exhibits that he would like to be able to share on the screen if that's going to be a possibility.
Okay. Apologize for being a little slow here. I think I've got everyone coming over.
Felt very special getting promoted.
I told you I'd promote you.
I know, but just to have it happen, it's just so fun.
And then I think Terry Talon. Yeah, that's the team.
Okay, I think I've got everyone. I see Cameron Drennan. Was he to be moved over as well?
If you could add him as well, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think I've got everyone over. Let's make sure we get them unmuted. Again, apologize for the delay here.
Is everyone able to see my presentation?
I cannot see anything yet.
So you should be able to share if you're a participant. Can you go ahead and try to share your screen, Vance?
I am.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, very good.
There we go.
Very
I
good.
I see a duck. Okay.
Very good. Well, then you know it's the right project.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Great. Well, I think we've got all of our housekeeping in order. So with that, I'll kick things off and introduce myself. I'm Ryan Hooper. I'm the land use attorney on this project for Quick Quack Car Wash with the law offices of Gregory Thatch out of Sacramento. And very pleased tonight to be here before you and present the Quick Quack project. From Quick Quack, as I mentioned, we have Efrain Corona, as well as Vance Shannon and Cameron Drennan from Quick Quack. And then we also have Terry Talon, who's the property owner and developer of the shopping center, and Samuel Horde, who's our project acoustic consultant. So I think we've got the right team, the right folks to answer all the questions that have been raised and more that might come along. So we appreciate your indulgence at this late hour and look forward to presenting the project now. So a little bit of background is and I want to first off thank Brad and Christy. You guys gave Brad a fantastic and very comprehensive project overview, so we appreciate that. But by way of background, this project, as you know, is part of the Marina Landing Shopping Center that goes back to 1992. This would be the newest addition to that center. Excited because of the opportunity there for being a catalyst for additional investment and development, not just on the site, but in this area. So I think that's very exciting. As Brad had alluded to in his presentation, there's precedent for car wash on the site. Some time ago, a car wash was approved by the Planning Commission at Marina Landing. However, it was never constructed, but all of the findings of consistency were nonetheless made then, and I think can be made again now. The project itself is a 3,600 square foot structure, as you see in front of you. The project is located on approximately a 1 acre parcel, and it includes extensive landscaping. A lot of effort went into making sure that landscaping respected the nature of Marina, the landscaping, the natural landscaping in Marina with indigenous plantings, as well as drought tolerant plant irrigation, knowing that that's very important all the time, but especially critical as we are in such a desperate drought right now. So all of those considerations were made in coming up with this landscape plan. The Quick Quack Car Wash is, as Brad mentioned, a full service or automated drive-through car wash with opportunities for vacuuming and the like. Innovative in the sense that they also have membership programs, monthly membership programs and the like. They would plan to operate generally kind of in the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. time frame, 7 days a week. So that's more or less kind of the physical project. Why Quick Quack though? Why this project? Why here? I think that there's a lot of good answers to that question. I think that Quick Quack's analysis was that this is a needed amenity for this area. There's a lack of such services. There might be other car washes, different kinds, but they're not this kind. This has become a very popular product because of its pricing and its quality. It's been, something that has been welcomed in a lot of municipalities as a real amenity, and see that as being the case here as well. Also, the fact that Quick Quack has a proven track record. They are a great operator. They're an owner operator, which is always very valuable in these situations. And you have somebody that you can call on if there's a problem, but also, as I'll mention later, somebody who could be a community partner with you. And that's an important thing, I think, in today's day and age. But also, I think maybe even more important to the city is the fact that this project will bring 18 new jobs to the city, 18 good jobs, new jobs to the community. One thing that Quick Quack prides itself in is the fact that they promote roughly 40% of their employees from within. And that's a real testament to their faith in their employees, and as well as the opportunity that exists when we talk about jobs and the types of jobs somebody might come and do intake in the check-in initial process and eventually be promoted to a facility manager, area manager, and the like. So it's a very common phenomenon for Quick Quack, something that they're very proud of. There were a lot of questions tonight, rightfully so, going back to the drought issue and water conservation. One of the things that I think Quick Quack prides itself most in is its environmental sensitivity in two different areas. One being its water conservation, the other in the types of products that it uses in cleaning the vehicles. And that has tentacles that go into, as we were talking about, stormwater drainage and runoff and the like. And the fact that they use biodegradable, water-soluble cleaning products is very important. But back to the water issue, and if there are more detailed questions, the Quick Quack team is able to delve into that further. But I think the reality is that this tunnel where the car washing occurs, it reclaims 100% of the water. There are large tanks, 4,500-gallon tanks that reclaim the water, reuse the water, purify, clean the water, and reuse it for the next car wash. That water, if there is extra water, goes into the sewer system, not the drainage system, to ensure that the proper cleaning of the water is occurring. I think what's also important to know is how little water is actually used. A typical car wash, if you were going to wash your car in the driveway, would use anywhere between 80 to 150 gallons of water to use a car wash, rather significant. Quick Quack uses between 18 and 23 gallons of water. It's highly, highly efficient. And so I think that they have a very good answer to the issue of reclaiming water, being respectful of water, and frankly, it's one of the most efficient ways, cleanest ways to wash a car. As I had mentioned earlier, one of the other things Quick Quack does is they don't just come in and build a facility; they become part of your community. It is not unusual for them to have an opening fundraiser. It's not unusual for them to be involved, not just financially, but otherwise in the community and being a real partner and participating. And so that's something that they're very proud of. In terms of issues, we're not aware of any known opposition, which we're happy to have as the case. There were questions regarding noise. As I mentioned, our acoustic consultant is on the phone and available tonight for this meeting, but we provided the city with an acoustic study early on, and we were pleased with the results. That acoustic study analyzed the noise from the car wash, and we provided that report to the city. The city determined that the noise generated by the site is below any standard threshold of significance here. So there is no noise issue. With respect to lighting, I know that several questions came up. Chair McCarthy, you had mentioned, lighting. I will say that we did put together the photometric study that has been provided to the city. That was analyzed by Public Works and Planning. It incorporates dark sky compliant lighting. It's a little difficult to read, admittedly, but it does identify in more probably technical language what the lighting consists of, but it's all compliant with your ordinance and with the dark sky requirements. And so I think that that's probably not something that we're as concerned about, in the sense that it meets all of the city standards. And so I think that has been addressed. There have also been questions regarding the coloring, and the color as you see it here is what you see on most Quick Quack projects. I know that it was mentioned that there's maybe a dozen examples, maybe more, of other color variations, but the one you see before you, this is Quick Quack's corporate branding. I mean, this is like a lot of businesses, this is the branding, the color, the image of this company. And this is what they always opt for. It's what has the recognition and the exposure and everything else that they seek in trying to establish and build a brand. When you see exceptions, the 12 or so that were referenced, a lot of times that is in the context of a Quick Quack that's going into an existing center, one that probably has a uniform design scheme that is applied and required throughout the center, that might have certain color requirements or rock, brick, etc. that is not the case here. The center doesn't have that. And so Quick Quack is very eager to proceed with its preferred identity and coloring package, which they consider to be very vibrant and fresh and kind of in keeping with the concept of a clean car and the service that they're providing. So I think that gives you a little bit of background on that. I know that there were comments regarding grading, and I think the reality is all of this was looked at by the engineers early on in the process, and they determined that the grading is not that significant, that no wall is required, and that to the extent that there is some minor grading differential, that would be handled by way of landscaping, and so there is no need for a retaining wall at this point. I know that there was a question concerning access. The access for this site comes through the car wash itself. It's fully ADA compliant. We feel that is adequate and compliant with the ADA and the desire that we want to have to be able to move people from Beach Road into the shopping center. So that has been provided. I'm looking at my notes, and I do not. I believe staff has answered all of the other questions, but we're pleased to be here tonight with staff's recommendation of approval. We urge your approval of the project, and we are in accord with all of the conditions of approval. So with that, our team is here and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. First, I just want to say thank you to both you, Quick Quack, and Mr. Talon for really bringing this project forward and trying to improve upon a site that just frankly could use a little bit of improvement. So with that, I want to turn it over to the commission for specific questions of the applicant. If you have any, please raise your hand. See, Commissioner Amadeo, followed by Commissioner Walton, please.
Just quickly, if Mr. Hooper or Mr. Talon, the developer of the property, could answer, give me better clarification. I understand there's no retaining wall here. The grading becomes more significant the further east you go. And I'm assuming at some point, whatever goes in there will have to have a retaining wall because the grade, the elevation is significant. And so my question is, as the site is developed, would the landscaping, possible retaining wall, et cetera, be incorporated with this lot for continuity between the two properties?
So Nancy, I think it's good to see everybody again, and thank you so much for tonight. We'll go through an engineering process on the rest of the site. The grade is only 4 feet, 4.1 feet, where the Quick Quack is located, so it's not significant. If there's a need for it in the future, depending on what we do there, then we would certainly address that and fall into compliance.
So that was my question. Was this something that you as the developer of the property would do, or would we have to have discussion with Quick Quack before that continuity could be addressed? But if it can be done at your level, that's great.
And I think it would be done, Nancy, on what was necessary at the time. So it's not necessary for the existing site. And if it's more of an aesthetic thing than a functional thing, I think that's what it would come down to. We'd have to get those reports, but it's not needed for this site.
Okay, thank you. And just by the way, I was on the planning commission when you came forward with Walmart. So hello again.
Hello again. I remember. Oh no, I've told the group about that, and we appreciated your support then, and now you were. You've always been terrific and a great leader in Marina, and I'm grateful to know you.
Thank you, Mr. Talon.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Commissioner Walton?
Hi, thank you. I'm so excited about your proprietary system for for your water recapture, and I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about that. The reverse osmosis and all of that would be super great. I'd love for the public to hear what you guys have going on over there. Thank you.
Fran, would that be best for perhaps you or perhaps Cameron or Vance to answer?
Yeah, I think Cameron or Efrain would be best served. And I'm not sure that Efrain has speaking rights at this time.
Let's see if I can look for him there. I unmuted Cameron, I believe, and Efrain, you're right. I'm going to move you over to panelist. Looks like that was done. And let me make sure you're unmuted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I first want to say thank you to the commission and to the staff for the time. I know we spent quite a bit of time. Staff's been really great to work with, and really appreciate your time this evening. So, and I'd love to talk about our reclaim system, because it's a proprietary system that we are building on our own. We fabricate all the equipment on our own. And it's not something that you'll really see in most exterior express car washes. And essentially what we're doing on site is we're building a water reclaim system, a small plant on this site. So how we wash the cars is we are tapping into the domestic water system. So we are using domestic water. We bring the water into the building, and that a portion of that water goes through a reverse osmosis system. So we're further cleaning the water that comes out towards the end of the wash. And that's typically where we rinse the soaps, the biodegradable soaps that we're using. That water is almost as pure as rainwater. So it's very clean water. Everything that happens inside of the building, all the wetters, all the soap, all the equipment that uses water in the building, everything, 100% of that water is recaptured. We have 4,500 gallons worth of reclaim tanks that we're storing underground. And those reclaim tanks have chambers inside of them. And the purpose of those chambers is to settle the water. And it's got 6 different chambers to settle. So on the final tank, that water is very clear and clean. That water is then again pumped back into the building, and it's run through more systems to clean it so that we can reuse that water in the building. So we are capturing 100% of the water. We're recycling and reusing probably about 90 to 92% of that water. So there's very minimal water that is going back out into the public sewer system. And that water actually has been cleaned and filtered. So we're releasing very clean water into the public system. As it goes down the line and reaches the sewer treatment plants, it's even further cleaned again, and it's again recycled and pumped out through other reclaim systems. So I mean, there's an argument that we're recycling almost 100% of our water, but on site we're doing about 90 to 92% of the water that we use. And again, that's all systems that's proprietary to us, and it's systems that we're fabricating on our own. We have some very talented team members on our team that their whole objective is to find new and better ways to clean the water.
I absolutely love that. Thank you so much.
The other thing I wanted to mention is, this water is going to the sewer system. It's not going to the storm drainage system. So none of the soaps that we use, none of the domestic water we use is actually going out into any storm drain. It's reserved on our site only for storm water. And we have a series of bioswales to help filter the storm water that we capture through the rain. But all the water that is in the building is being recaptured and reused.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Walton. Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes, thank you. And I definitely appreciated Mr. Corona's comments regarding the way the water is, I'm going to say cleaned, but recycled in-house in order to be used again. But that brought up a thought to me. I'm sure that, these are all pumps and therefore power generated. And I'm assuming power coming in through an outside source. So maybe I'm not assuming correctly. Is solar included as part of this project?
The solar is not included. We have the ability to add it at a later date. Typically, what we will do is go through a process to assess the return on our investment for solar, because it's currently very expensive for a site like ours. We've looked at it on a couple of areas, and there are some areas where we have utility providers where it's very expensive to provide power. And in those locations, we are considering it. We're setting up our infrastructure in the building to accept solar anytime in the future once we go through that process.
Okay,
So the power is coming from an outside source. We're not generating any power on site. We are using a higher voltage power, so it's much more efficient. So we're using 480 power. And that for the equipment and the motors that we have in our building, that power is much more efficient, and we're not using as much power as if we were using a smaller voltage.
Okay, so that leads me to a second question, and that is related to when there is a power outage. How sensitive is your pumping and cleaning system to long-term outages of, well, I go back to the earthquake when it was out for a week, but just in general, when you have a power outage, it can be 24 hours before your power comes back on. How sensitive is your equipment to power outages?
You would think it would be sensitive, but this is industrial level equipment, so shutdowns don't really affect us. We have many stores in the Houston market, and Houston generally has a lot of certain times of the year they have hurricanes. The last couple of hurricanes that we had there were very devastating, and we lost power for weeks on end. I mean, I think we had a couple of stores that might have been down for 3 weeks. They had rainwater flooding the building. It was pretty devastating. And once the water subsided and we got the power back on, our equipment, just started right back up, as it were. So
very familiar with Houston. Used to live in Beaumont. So
Oh my goodness.
Oh, nice.
Lived
That's
through a
serious oil
hurricane
country.
there.
That's oil country there.
So
Commissioner
thank you.
McCarthy-
That's important information, I think.
Sure.
Commissioner McCarthy, may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
There's a couple of things that are really cool about this also is they have, it's a membership program. So for, depending on what level you want to be in, but as low as about $19.99 a month, it's unlimited car washes. So you don't have to pay every time you go. So you can have your car washed every day, twice a day. And you think about it from the city in some ways is going to look better because everybody cleaner cars, because it's right. It's $20. I mean, it's $20 a month. I think people will visit there because of that. I think it'll be great. Now you can get a one-off car wash, if you want, but at $19.99 a month, it's a pretty darn good deal. They also do a lot of community promotions, which I think is going to be very exciting and bring some attention to this site in this area in North Marina. And we kind of need that in North Marina. Also, kids love the car wash. It's got all these bright lights, and you've got the sounds and the things. So you may not believe me, but once you take your grandchildren there, at least if you're in the age like I am to have grandchildren, they will love going through the car wash. So there's a cool factor to this also, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to do the deal with them and bring them into Marina, bring someone else into Marina. But I think that the value, you tie it to a Walmart shopping center and a discount area that's cost effective. It's good. It's good for everybody. It's a nice amenity to me and a catalyst to getting something started out there.
Thank you. I don't know if it's appropriate, but if I could speak to something that Terry just brought up about our community involvement, that's something that's probably the most important thing that we do. And our mission statement as a company is to change lives for the better. It's pretty simple, and we're doing that through our business of washing cars. And what we do, and something that we're very proud of on every location, we start off with the fundraiser. Before we work for ourselves, we work for the neighborhood. And every location that we open, we actively reach out to city, to the chambers, to anybody that we can. And our objective is to find one single family in the market, in that neighborhood, if we can, that has some need. And our first day is to have a fundraiser, and we give away our best wash, and we ask for donations for everybody that comes through the wash. It's a really fun day. And what happens beyond that is we double whatever we make, we double it, and we present that to that family locally. It happens with every single wash, and I think that's probably my favorite part of opening car washes. It's really fun, and we really are doing our best to achieve our mission.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback off of Commissioner Amadeo's question about power, and to the extent it's proprietary information, feel free, not to answer it. But I'm curious if you know anything about Monterey Marina. You know that water is a serious issue, and that we've been looking at desalination, which is essentially the same thing as reverse osmosis, right? And we know that that is very power intensive, very expensive to do. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us anything about, let's say compared to the Walmart store, how much power does the facility actually consume on a daily basis? I mean, would it exceed what maybe the Walmart would be? Would it be about equal, less?
No, I don't think we would get anywhere near the Walmart. I mean, we only have an 800 amp service, and we have lots of room for expansion because we're using a more efficient high voltage power. We have a small transformer that's in the building that we utilize to power some of our lighting, but most of our lighting is running off the high power as well. So, I mean, it's been our charge, because we are environmentally sensitive, to reduce our consumption on all aspects. And we've been able to, I mean, we are 100% LED. Most of our building is running off higher voltage, more efficient power. We have step down transformers only for convenience, the occasional convenience outlets or whatever. We do have a few in our office to run our point of sale system. So, I mean, we would never get anywhere near the Walmart, but, they probably are using a 2000 amp service where we're at 800.
Okay, thank you for that. So commissioners, let's go out to the public. I have a lot of comments, but I know this is really the time for questions. So let's go out to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion and comments. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your Zoom hand. You'll have up to 4 minutes to speak. And I see Mr. Amir Chappelle has raised his hand. Let's get you unmuted here.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for that presentation. It was really great. So I'm generally in support of the Quick Quack car wash, but I just had a couple of questions, maybe thoughts, and please excuse my lack of competence in the full scope of the Planning Commission. But I was just wondering, I mean, since I recently moved to Marina, the only other car wash I've kind of noticed is the one on Rain Dollar, and I think it's like a hand wash, but there may be others. I just don't know about them. But has anyone assessed or talked to Mr. Amaya about the fiscal impacts of opening Quick Quack on his car wash business? I was just curious about that. I was also curious, I know I forgot the gentleman's name, but he mentioned there'll be about 18 jobs. I was wondering, are there any provisions in, like, all this process that the locals will be hired? I mean, they'll be hired from Marina. I also wanted to know, will the city's fleet vehicles get any discounted rates for coming to the car wash? Because in other places I've lived, I have found this model to be successful, and people come from afar to use these kinds of services. And then I was also wondering about, I saw the design, the flow of traffic, and what I saw was you would drive in through the intake, you go through the tunnel, and then you drive into the vacuum centers. Then you would have to back up and then drive back out of where you came into at the vacuum area. So I was wondering, is with the quick shine model, with this kind of flow, has there been any like kind of feasibility studies around accidents and like little fender benders and like kind of that tight flow in and out of the vacuum area? But generally, I appreciate this, and I look forward to having it here in Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. Would any other member of the public like to speak? Please raise your Zoom hands. I see Kathy Biala. Let's get you change the panelist here. And we will unmute you. Thanks for your patience. And please go ahead once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I speak as a resident of Marina, not as a council member. I just want to say first is that the qualities of this particular project is really quite impressive. The whole issue of recycled water is really paramount to our values in our community, and along with the shortage of water, so this is really music to our ears. The other aspects of hiring and promoting from within, the practices regarding that is again something really wonderful with affordable service fees, and I really appreciate the community focus, because oftentimes we have projects come from out of town, and their focus is not necessarily to be reaching out to the community in these ways. I think that since you sat through the long project before this one came to the agenda, that you're aware of our community values about landscaping. So I know that there are not so many spaces to do planting, and I don't know if in the packet there was anything about the landscaping palette, but I think you probably understand that we really prefer natives, and so we'd appreciate it if you could focus on those kinds of things. I do have one issue that was brought up by Commissioner Woodson, and that is the colors, and I understand that they are proprietary colors, and generally you will have used them, but as Commissioner Woodson pointed out, is that you have made some exceptions for different reasons. And I know that in the past, our Planning Commission has actually had requests that were honored in terms of muting some of the corporate colors that even on a main commercial street, we have tended not to have such bright colors. And so I'm wondering if that could be a consideration, because this particular project sits right across from single family homes. So it's not quite an all commercial district. And so out of deference for that, I wonder if that might be a consideration. Otherwise, the project is very exciting and far exceeded the expectations of a business like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy Biala. Any other members of the public like to speak before we close public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. Must be getting late. I don't see anyone else with their hand up. We will go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the commission. I did note a couple questions. One was Amir asked the effect on the other car wash or car washes in town. I don't know if staff has any input on that.
I'm sorry, Chair McCarthy, can you say that once more?
Sure, I apologize. A member of the public just asked whether this car wash would have a business effect on any of the other car washes in town.
I couldn't opine on that.
Okay.
I could
someone asked
response to that if you like.
Sure, if you'd like to take a stab.
So there's a few different segments of the car wash industry. We are focused on one segment, which is exterior express only. The other car washes, and we very closely look at competition when we consider location. For this particular type of wash that's not attached to a gas station, we're a standalone business. We're one segment of car wash industry. Anything that is generally attached to a gas station, or if it's a self-serve model where you're using a wand to clean, or if you're doing a full serve, are completely different segments. And those to us are not necessarily competition. Those are different segments, and it's a different customer. There are some that will go back and forth. So for example, typically for us, we coexist very well with a full serve car wash because we don't offer the detail process or the detail services. So we will tend to our customers, as they come in, will ask us, I want detail. Well, we don't do that, but we can refer you to this other local business that does do that. So I don't know that we would have that big of an impact because we're in a different segment type of car wash.
Okay, thank you for that response. And then the second question the member asked was the flow or traffic, if there's any indication that it might be prone to accidents with folks kind of backing in and out of that vacuum area.
Yeah, that's a great question. I've been designing and building well-traveled traffic locations for about 25 years of my career. And what I've found, regardless of what type of use it is or however you design it, if there's a car moving through it, eventually it's going to be hit somewhere. So there typically is, there are incidents that happen. We're very sensitive to that because we like our customers to come back. So we do our best to design wide drive aisles. Our vacuum stalls are not your typical 9-foot wide stalls. They're much wider. So there's a lot easier room. It's easier for the customers to get in and out of them. They can back out safely. They can see behind them and next to them. So I mean, we do our best to accommodate our customers and make them feel comfortable moving on and off the site. As far as the flow goes, I mean, I believe this is one of our best designs, how it flows. They stack, point of sale, they're through the showroom, and then they make the decision if they want to vacuum or they can exit the site. It's very easy. This is a very good design and very good traffic flow, in my opinion.
And also, if I might add, virtually every car that parks in the Walmart parking lot has to back up. It's typical for a retail environment, retail and service environment. You pull in and you back up. So it's very typical. And also the car wash only takes 3 minutes if you don't do the vacuuming. So it's kind of it's a quick in and out. So it's very efficient.
And
okay.
There was also a question regarding city discounts. We actually do offer that, and we have a great relationship with California Highway Patrol. And a majority of our locations in the Sacramento market, we do offer discounted for their fleets, and we do the same for local police stations, for city or county. We typically will reach out to every new market to offer that.
But I think we should also say that you're not out to disrupt any existing relationships.
That's correct.
That's correct. We had that conversation early on.
Yep.
The two different
Okay.
things.
And then Kathy Biala asked some questions about colors and aesthetics, and I'm going to have some of my own personal comments on that. So in the interest of time, I'll just say, Kathy, I think we hear the concern, and I hope to echo some of those in my own comments. Did any commissioners pick up on any other questions that I missed from the public?
Mine is more for clarification. I think, was it Terry who said that this service is membership based? Then also in the staff presentation, was it staff presentation or the applicant presentation, that there was this talk about the service is for both visitors and residents. So are you combining both type of services? I mean, this area, Monterey area, when I say Monterey area, I'm including Marina. We have visitors, who just come, let's say once a year or maybe once in their lifetime, if they're international tourists. So are you combining both services like membership plus, this one time, drive through, or, how does it work?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. There's both options. I'm sorry. Efrain, would you like to address that?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. And it's not solely membership based. So we like to focus on the membership because we like the loyalty from our customers, and it really works well for us. But anybody can take their car through the wash. If they don't have a membership, then they just pay a one wash fee.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason the membership works for us is we do have a lot of folks, I live in the Sacramento market myself, and I travel down to that area quite a bit. And now I will be able to go through the car wash in Marina as well with my membership. So I should go to any one of our washes with a membership anywhere in the country.
Oh, so the membership applies nationwide.
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
And with the salt air, it preserves the car's value. There's no question about it. It's a benefit from that standpoint also.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurd. Not seeing any other hands. I'm going to get us started with some comments. I want to say that, again, I'm very impressed by the presentation. I'm excited about some change happening to that land. I think some change is probably overdue, and I hope that the commission can somehow get to an approval tonight. For the benefit of the applicant and the public, I want to remind everyone that we are serving as not only the Planning Commission, but two committees that used to fall under us that are not operating right now. That's the Tree and Landscape Committee and the Design Review Board. And quite frankly, it's not a responsibility that I enjoy, but it's one that I take very seriously. I like the member of the public, Kathy Biala, have some concerns about the color palette. I think that had this gone through our design review board, you would have seen probably even more of an outcry than what you will hear tonight. But for me personally, I have some very serious concerns about the color palette, and I hope that there's some compromise in there somewhere. And then the lighting as well. I heard the applicant mention that dark sky compliant lighting could be used, which if that's the case, I think that's great. I think that's a great start. I think that dark sky compliant lighting is fairly strict. And so I'm concerned that maybe the applicant doesn't fully understand all what that entails, fully shielded lighting, no uplighting. I know there's some linear lights and things like that look like they might be pointing upward. So I'm not sure how that would all play into dark sky lighting. But I think more importantly is just the quick crack yellow elements. Again, Commissioner Woodson mentioned that he had seen some other stores, and certainly I have done the same, and just kind of doing some preliminary research before this meeting, where it appears that those cities, felt that the yellow elements did interfere with the harmonious kind of ability to develop a shopping center or flow with a shopping center. And so I don't know what the answer is tonight, but I would hope that in talking with the commission that maybe some suggestions could be made. And I don't know if it's those 4 yellow columns, maybe subduing those with brick that ties in with the Walmart shopping center. I don't know if it's using a lighter color yellow. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm concerned that as designed, that it does interfere with the harmonious development of the shopping center and the ability to kind of interface with our residential elements that are so close by. So having said those two things, I'd be very curious what other commissioners have to say. Commissioner Amadeo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked at the colors and was a little overwhelmed, I think would be the way to phrase it. And yellow and green are my favorite colors from early childhood. I've always loved yellow and green. They're cheerful. They make you feel good. But in this case, it does concern me. I look at the Walmart building and I look at this, and it's the same shopping center, and there's this clash of color. It's not harmonious. And I think that's what Chair McCarthy was going at, and that's what Kathy Biala was going at, is having some continuity when you're in the same shopping center. So, but my understanding is that this shopping center was approved without having a color palette associated with the center. It was only by building that palettes would be approved or disapproved by the Design Review Board. So I would suspect that going forward, that could change. We could ask the developer to come forward and request his palette for, and you don't want them to all be the same. You look over at the dunes, and each business is a different color, but the range of the palette is the same. So you can denote each business easily by its color, but they live harmoniously with the other businesses and the colors that that are on their faces. So perhaps that's a way of looking at it. And I understand how important branding is, especially when you're a traveler and you're looking for that familiar sight, that you recognize the color before you recognize anything else. Ah, that's the Starbucks. That's the Chevron station. And you do that by color. So I understand how important that is. So changing colors, I don't think is appropriate, but perhaps changing, because they've got a tan on there that is the dominant part of the building is tan. So perhaps the yellow and the green can be used in less dominance on the front and rear of the building. And it's primarily the yellow that I think is the problem that is overwhelming. Like I said, I love yellow and I love green, but if they can be put on the buildings in a way that doesn't overpower the viewer, I think that would be great. I, in general, absolutely am thrilled with this. I'm sure I will become a member. I'm very excited to be able to get my car washed in this kind of environment where the water use is extremely low, much lower than what I can do at home. I also think the location is really good because of all the visitor serving we have in the area. Like I said, people look for what's familiar. And so if they're staying at the New Hampton Inn, or they're staying at the Holiday Inn Express, or on the other side at the Dunes Resort, they're going to see something that's familiar. And while they're here, they'll take advantage of it. I know that now when I go up and see my mother in Lincoln, if I want to wash my car before I come home, because of all the bugs on it as a result of driving through the Central Valley, I know that I can go through and get my car washed. So I really appreciate it, both as a local person and as someone who travels and visits other areas with my car. And I'm sure others will feel the same way when they come to this area. And as we know, this is a tourist destination that people will use this. It's right off the freeway, easily accessible, in and out. I think it's a real benefit to Marina. So I'm for the project, but I would like that color issue to be somehow addressed if at all possible.
Thank you.
Chair McCarthy, just for clarification, is the public hearing closed?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
In relation to the color, I kind of wonder, I mean, if the, residential area nearby is a concern, then is there a workaround by using lighting? For example, during the day, this bright color may not be a big of an issue, but at night, the lighting can be toned down so that it won't, annoy the neighbors nearby, as much. Is there a possibility in that regard?
Thank you, Commissioner Herr. Vice Chair Bilsker.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the feeling on the colors. While the discussion was underway, I took a look at some pictures, probably similar to what Commissioner Woodson was looking at, and noted there was a Phoenix location that opened up in May that was all earth tones. And even the yellow duck was a sort of a neat tan color. So I just thought I'd throw that out there, but that was my only comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bilsker. And I'd like to kind of just circle back and say, I understand we are Marina and we can be unique and we can be different, but there's a sense that it is kind of a tale of two cities, right? The cities that are like maybe Phoenix or whatever cities they may be that really fight for something that's a little bit more harmonious and integrated and versus those that don't. And I think that hearing Commissioner Herr, and I want to be careful because I don't want to design this project, but I will say what I would love to see is two things. One, dark sky compliant lighting, and a lighting plan that says after business hours, only lighting that is essential for safety and security is kept on. So that's number one. And that two, just looking at some of these other locations, and I want to point out that we went through this right with KFC not too long ago, where they had a design that was red and white alternating colors that was just very distracting to the eye, very not harmonious to that area, and we rejected those colors for something that was a little bit more subdued, and I think we really tried to compromise with the business owner. But I personally would love to see the applicant, if they're willing, to use a brick material in those 4 yellow pillars that integrates with the Walmart facility, the same kind of brick material. And I don't know if that's something that they would be open to or not, but I will just put that out as 2 ideas that for me would get me over the edge and see that there aren't findings that need to otherwise be made on this project. I see Vice Chair Bilsker's hand is still up, and if you have another question, otherwise we will go and ask the applicant if they want to respond. Actually, Commissioner Amadeo, do you want to?
I just wanted to tag on to what you just said. I also like the idea of the facade integrating more with what Walmart has. But that doesn't mean that you can't have the yellow and green. You just put it in places where it's not dominating the building. So for instance, you could have, you maintain the green roof on the vacuum area, and you put the green trim that's on the building, make that your bright yellow. Maybe having a little bit of that bright yellow on the roof of the vacuum area, because branding is important. I do recognize that, but it doesn't have to hit you in the face. Those colors still need to be recognizable from a distance, but they don't need to overwhelm. That's all I'm trying to say. And if we can integrate things into what's already there, then as other businesses come into the area, as other businesses are developed, that becomes the key to them being able to brand themselves and still be an integrated shopping center that's appealing to locals and visitors alike.
So, Commissioner Amadeo, if I may, and then we'll go on to Commissioner Hurt. I guess, so if my suggestion was, and of course, the applicant may not even be open to this, so it may not matter, but if they were open to keeping the tunnel entrance yellow, but removing the 4 columns, would that kind of help define you're not, kind of hitting you in the face, or is that still kind of too strong for you?
That would work for me. Right now, I think it's overwhelming and it does feel like it's hitting you in the face. So if it can be toned down, just not changing the color palette, just reducing the amount specifically of the yellow, which
Sure.
is it's hard on the eyes.
Right. Okay, let's go to
And I think
Commissioner
of the
Hurt,
people
and then-
that live on the other side of Beach Road that will look at it every day.
Right. And I think that's key to the discussion, is knowing that we have this residential that really does look right into it. But let's go to Commissioner Hur, and then if we may go to the applicant if they'd like to respond.
Well, I was while listening to other commissioners, I was looking at, and I was searching for images or quick flag, and depending on the location, and I could see that there was, except for the logo, there were variations in the building design. So as long as, and also, we talked about the impact of yellow on the eyes, but as long as we could reduce that, impact. Walmart has, the color yellow in their logo. So we could find some similarities, some connections, between Walmart and this, logo with the yellow, strong yellow dog image. So I think, it's just my personal opinion, but, something that the builder can take into consideration is you can look at different designs in different locations of quick car wash, because not all the buildings are designed the same. So it could be something, I'm making a suggestion here, it could be something that you can think about. because not all buildings are, bright yellow, everywhere. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Herr. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to the applicant if they'd like to provide any feedback on what you've heard so far. I don't think it's a request or a condition at this point. Just kind of want to see if there's any feedback on that discussion.
If I may,
Terry,
things that I like.
Can I respond to that first, Terry?
Sure.
So I want to first thank you for the comments. We welcome comments. We welcome criticism. We're not here to force anything down anybody's throat. That's not the kind of neighbor that we want to be. And I particularly appreciate your comments, Commissioner Amadeo. It sounds like you understand what we're going after. It's very important to protect our brand. The same as Walmart, the same as McDonald's, the same as KFC, the same as anybody else. We all want to protect our brand because we have loyal customers that we want to return to us, and we want them to be able to recognize who we are and where we are. With that being said, by far, we have 141 locations nationwide, and by far, all of them look exactly like this building we presented to you. There are the occasional variations from our branded design, and if all of those locations are exactly like Ryan Hooper had mentioned earlier, those are all being directed by some type of design guideline that's been presented by either the developer or the specific plan that's identified with that particular parcel or development. So that's what directed us in those occasions. There are also a few locations where we've acquired car washes. So we did not build them, but we acquired them as that particular business owner wanted to sell. So we had an opportunity. So we bought them and we dealt with their design that was there. So yes, there are variations. It's very, very important for us as a new brand, as a new up and coming brand, to protect our identity and our brand identity. With that said, I'm happy to take a look at revising the pilasters and the materials that are being used for the pilasters. I'm certain that we could come up with a design that works for us and works for you. Looking at the Walmart, I mean, Walmart has their traditional corporate blue. They've got their traditional corporate yellow. They do have some finishes on the exterior of the building. I myself do not like the design of the Walmart. I don't think it's harmonious at all. The color palette doesn't match. It goes from a beige or brown to a gray. But I think, we put a lot of effort and time into using sound architectural techniques to come up with this design. And I think we can compromise on the pilasters if that's what it takes. What I would ask is, we've been in this application process for well over a year. And not a knock on anybody because we've been working diligently with staff, but I would really like to have an approval tonight with a condition that we go back to staff. We work with them on adjusting the pilasters to something that works, so that we can move forward with our process. We'd really like to get into building plan check at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Talon. Did you have anything to add as well?
Yes, I was just going to say that the colors that you see on a site plan are always brighter than what they are in real life. It's a different thing, so it won't be that bright. You do have that 4-foot elevation or 4-foot radiation that we talked about, so it's going to be down a little bit. So it's not going to be, if yellow is a problem or yellow's an issue, it's not going to be as visible as it was right out on the street. So I think it's probably less than what you might think when you look at it, because I thought it added a little bit of vibrancy to the Walmart colors, especially with the coastal fog. To me, it brought a little energy, but that's my 2 cents.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Amadeo, do you still have your hand up or a new comment?
No, new comment.
Okay.
Number one, I'd like to say I appreciated Mr. Corona's willingness to work with us and asking us to approve this tonight. Because all I wanted, and I'm hoping the rest of the commission feels the same way, is that we just reduce the amount of yellow on that building so it doesn't overwhelm. right now it feels overwhelming, and I could be wrong. It could be when the building was completed, it wouldn't feel that way, but that's how it looks on paper, and that's what we have to go by. Because it is a good project. And if that's a condition of approval that they can go through staff and reduce the amount of yellow on those pilasters, I'm good with that. The other issue was just having a condition of approval that it was the dark sky lighting, to ensure that that's what the lighting is, because I didn't see a lighting plan either. So maybe just didn't get into our packet. And that the lights on the building would be dimmed after the business is closed. So just for safety purposes, lighting that would still provide a safe environment for anybody who happened to be in the area. Chair McCarthy, is that what you had said you wanted as a condition of approval?
I think so. The only thing I don't want to be kind of ambiguous about is those pilasters. So, and if we could hear back from the applicant, but I'm looking at your Coachella location where you've got kind of a fake brick that goes all the way to the ceiling, and that looks like it's almost exactly the same kind of brick that's used at the Walmart site. I mean, is that kind of what you're talking about when you say you would look at a more earth tone?
So for the pilaster, I would agree to look at a color that complements the rest of the building.
Okay, so we're not talking about.
I wouldn't want to change complete color palettes, because then I don't think it would fit. It's got to go with the same palette of the building, the base palette of the building. And we've got some examples that we can provide later on that we show where we've been able to accomplish that.
Okay, my concern is, and I guess this is both for Commissioner Amadeo, the commission, and the applicant, is that we've gotten ourselves into these situations in the past where we've been a little ambiguous, and it's in some cases we get what we think we all wanted, and in some cases we don't. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to make that a little bit more defined. What are we asking for those 4 yellow columns? I mean, can the applicant maybe provide some of those examples now? Or are you not prepared to do that? Or
I'm not prepared to do that now. We can get something to you later. But believe me, we this is not the first time we've dealt with this request. So we have experience in providing something that will complement the building and satisfies your wish to reduce the amount of yellow on the building.
May I make a suggestion?
Please, Commissioner Amadeo.
The third color that you have on the building is that kind of a tan color that runs along the sides. And if that can also be used on the pilasters where it's all yellow, that would solve that problem of too much, in our opinion, too much yellow. And you've already got that color palette on the building. So it would just be reducing the amount of yellow. Would that satisfy both the commission and the applicant?
So to Terry's point, every printer is going to print out differently. Every screen monitor is going to look differently. The base color of that building is gray. It's not brown.
Oh, it's gray. Okay.
It might appear a little bit brown just because of how it shows up on the screen, but both of the block that we're using is both a base gray. The upper portion is a honed block that is gray, but it's got some brown colored aggregate. So when it's honed, that brown comes out a little bit more. The lower portion is a split face. In the past, we've been able to incorporate the same color as the split face on the pilaster, and that tends to blend much better. We've got some, and that essentially the split face is intended to act as a wainscot or some type of, that type of material that's used as a wainscot or in place of a brick or a stacked stone or something like that.
I like that idea. That way we have a good idea of what we're getting because the color palette is already there. We're reducing the amount of yellow, which is what our concern is. I think that would solve the problem that we have, and it would be something that you, the applicant, could live with. You've done it before in the past. you're not having to come up with something new. I'm hoping that the other commissioners would also agree that this is something that is a good compromise and something that therefore we could move forward with tonight and not hold up this applicant longer having to bring something back to us. We can make it as a condition of approval.
And I can assure you, we've been through this before, and we've been successful at every turn. We've come up with something that works for everybody, and it's in everyone's best interest. And if I could, I really want to address the dark sky comment as well. We actually are very familiar with dark sky rules, specifically because we are in the Phoenix market. So we've researched dark sky. Our lighting supplier is a national lighting supplier who has done the research for us, and every single fixture that's used in our building is a dark sky certified light fixture.
Then we don't even need to have that.
We have no uplighting on this development whatsoever. The only uplighting would be the flag that lights the flag at night.
Okay. Which wouldn't be dark sky compliant, but it's lighting the flag. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
And typically we don't do an uplighting. It's a little bit of an uplight because we mount it, rather than mounting it on the ground and shooting it directly up, we mount it on the nearest light pole so that there's a bit of an angle on it.
Commissioner Amadeo, I thank you for both Mr. Corona and Commissioner Amadeo, your comments. I will say that for me, I'm glad to have the assurance that this situation has been dealt with in many situations, because I'm not a designer, and you probably don't want me to be one because it's not going to look great. And I get that. And I'm smart enough to know what I don't know and what I'm not good at, right? But I will say that I do hope that there's some element in the proposal that's brought back to staff, if that's the way we go, that, kind of incorporates some continuity within the shopping center. So whether that's a fake stone element, whatever it is, I would hope that if the commission goes that route, that, we are putting that trust in the design staff of Quick Quack to really come up with something that looks nice, that, quite frankly, it is what these other cities are asking for, that that you've provided. And I think, again, what those things are, maybe we don't know as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to the commission. It sounds like we may be ready to formulate a motion.
If I can make one further comment.
Sure, Commissioner Amadeo.
I think that your mentioned desire to have continuity between the different sites, that brick is a wainscoting feature, and that color differential on the pilasters is a wainscoting feature. So I think you're getting that continuity that you're looking for by both of those buildings having that kind of interest that wainscoting provides. It doesn't have to be stone or brick, or just by having that delineation, that line that goes across provides that feature that you're looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Any other comments or potential motions?
I'll make the motion to approve this project with the conditions and findings presented in the resolution, and with the additional condition that the yellow be reduced with the color palette that already exists on the pilasters, with the third color, not the yellow or the green, but the third color that's already existing on the building.
And so just to clarify your motion, Commissioner Amadeo, so we're talking about an earth tone color, is that
Right,
correct?
an earth tone color that already is part of the color palette.
I'll second that.
So
motion by,
I just want to clarify that there is no earth tone on this building.
Well, to me, gray is an earth tone, and you said that it was gray. It's kind of the color of mud.
okay, so I think we're all on the same page here. Motion by Commissioner Amadeo, seconded by Vice Chair Bilsker, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we do require dark sky compliant lighting. I know the applicant said that that is what they plan to use, but I'd really like to have it codified. It's an important issue to me. It's an important issue to a lot of people because of our proximity to the coast and the fact that our neighbor to the west produces zero light pollution. And so every bit of light pollution that exists comes really from us and this particular area. And I'd also note just its proximity to Marina State Beach, which is another land use that doesn't produce any light pollution. So would you be willing to add that friendly amendment?
I'm fine to add it. I think it's already there, but we just didn't see it. So I don't see that the condition actually changes anything about what the developer is doing.
Okay, if you add that amendment, would your second still hold, Vice Chair Bilsker?
The second still holds.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Woodson?
Yeah, my only one, and maybe it's a friendly amendment to Commissioner Amadeo, is that we'll go back to what you were saying, Commissioner McCarthy, that I don't know enough about design to say that it should go with a lighter yellow versus the gray, and that I would rather have the amendment say that Quick Quack will go back to our staff and work out an acceptable set of colors that meets within their corporate standard, because I don't want that to come in and try to change their corporate standard on what the definition of earth tone is, because I think they do have a set of kind of standards that they go with for something that's more subdued, and I don't necessarily know what that is.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please, Commissioner Amadeo.
My motion was not to change their color palette in any way. The color palette remains the same. It's just the amount of yellow that's on the pilasters, that their third color, which I thought was brown, they said is gray, would act as a wainscoting on there. So it cuts down on the amount of yellow on that facade. That's all it is. It's not changing the color palette at all.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. And I would like to add to Commissioner Woodson, if we went the route of your suggestion, I'm not sure that I would be a yes. That would be something I would want to see come back to the commission. Again, I'm just worried about the result being something not what the commission ultimately envisions. And I think that adds a little bit of a layer of ambiguity. So not that I'm against your suggestion, but if we went that route, for me, I don't know that I would be a yes on approving it tonight.
That's fine. I'll just remove it.
And if we can ask Mr. Corona if this is in fact what he had agreed to in the discussion that he was willing to do, so that my motion is not does not create a problem for him.
So yes, my understanding is how you've explained it, and how I see it is we are targeting specifically the pilasters to reduce the yellow there and to use a color that is complementary to the current color palette.
Correct. Good.
We'd be eliminating the yellow on the pilasters, keeping the yellow on the tunnel entrance.
It's not eliminating the yellow. It's the yellow is only half of that. It's acting, the secondary color is acting as wainscoting. So it provides, am I correct?
No, I'm willing to remove the yellow on the pilasters.
Okay.
I don't know that the design with the pilasters only being a portion of the yellow would be what we'd be going for. I think we'd want to have it all or not, nothing.
Oh, okay. You had talked about it looking like wainscoting, so that's what I was.
Yeah, we do have a wainscot on the building, and what I mentioned was that color in the past. We've continued that color up on the pilasters so that it complements the same color scheme.
Okay, great. I understand now. It's still the idea of wainscoting. It's just not with the yellow. It's with the two colors that are on the side of the building.
Yeah, we would eliminate the yellow at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Only on the pilasters.
Only on the pilasters.
All right. Before we go to a vote, can I ask staff, are you confident in what the motion is, or do you need it restated?
I'm confident well, is that the motion?
Yes.
Is there an actual motion? Okay. Yeah, we understand the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion before we go to a roll call vote? I am not seeing any hands. Roll call vote, please.
All right, Chair McCarthy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bielsker,
Yes.
Commissioner Amadeo,
Yes.
Commissioner Herr,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodson,
Yes.
Commissioner Walton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rana.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Welcome to Marina Quick Quack. I think we're all
Right.
excited.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Thank
you,
you,
Danica.
so
Very
thank you so
excited.
much.
Hey,
This has been great.
congratulations,
much.
everybody.
Thank
You
you
guys are gonna love
for
this. This is
working
gonna
with
be-
us to
Of course.
resolve our issues. We really appreciate it so we could pass this tonight.
Of course, and I appreciate all the comments. Like I said, we're not here to shove anything down anybody's throat. We want to be a good neighbor.
And best of success.
And thank you to Christy
Thank
and
you very
Brad.
much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh,
right.
well, thank you. Good
Yeah.
team.
Yep.
All right. And we will move on to our next item. Item 7, action items, nothing is listed. 8 and other action items, nothing. Discussion items, nothing. Number 10, commissioner comments and staff information reports. I just want to kind of make the comment. As an individual, I made a comment to city council about my concern that we don't have that design review board expertise. We don't have that tree and landscape committee expertise coming to us. And frankly, I do think it causes us some problems. And so I guess as a comment, I just want to ask, or I guess it's not, I shouldn't be asking if I'm making a comment, but I continue to be concerned about that. And I'm wondering if the commission may want to, at some point, make a formal statement to the city council that, hey, this either hinders us or help. And maybe the rest of the commission doesn't feel the same way I do. But I'd like to have that discussion at some point. So that's just a comment. Any other comments from other commissioners?
Can I make a suggestion regarding, I don't think we need to reconstitute the tree committee and the design review board. Although if we still have members of the tree committee and the design review board, perhaps asking that a couple of them come to our meetings to provide through public comment any expertise. Mike Owen already does it for a tree committee, but if we had someone from design review board who would come and offer their expertise during our planning commission meetings that we might find helpful. They are just citizen volunteers. It's not, I think there is a requirement on the design review board that there's at least one architect. No, there used to be a requirement for an architect and therefore he could come from out of town. But if that's not a requirement anymore, then they're all just citizen volunteers, just like us.
Well, I think that's something that we should probably agendize instead of having a discussion about it now.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, so to agendize sort of how we want to do. I mean, there's options that we could do with, even if we don't reinstate a separate design review board or tree committee, maybe have, I'm sorry, I'm a little scratchy, that we have design professionals that are on planning commission or, something like that. So I think we could definitely have an exploration of what are our boards and commissions and how do we want to have them be made up. From my discussions with our city manager, there's really no intention yet until we open back up after COVID. Hopefully everything calms down to figure out what's going to happen with our boards and commissions. So I think it's a separate conversation. It's probably a big conversation.
So as staff, maybe you can just relay to the city manager that the topic came up.
I will.
And go from there.
I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? And if not, does staff have any reports or comments for the commission?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Kind of related to what Christy said. So I know we are still in the middle. I mean, COVID is not completely over, but the schools have gone back to normal in person. So I mean, is there a timeline as to when the meeting will be held in person, or will it be continuously?
No, I was just at a directors meeting. So, Fred retired, so I'm attending the directors meetings, and there's still a question. So the governor extended the basically the allowance for the cities and counties to do remote meetings. And so we're going to continue to do that until they're on an administrative level with our city manager, they're evaluating how we're going to eventually get back into in person. So it's good. It may be a while.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, and then we'll go to Commissioner Woodson. I attended the city council meeting on Tuesday where this was discussed. And what I heard the city manager say was that because our council chambers are not conducive to social distance, and that's a requirement for holding in-person meetings, it's just not a real possibility for us right now. And add to that the poor ventilation that exists in our council chambers. So that's what I think I heard.
And I agree. I mean, our council chambers is, well, that's back in 1970, and you can tell when you walk into it. So that's one of the things he talked about too, is that, we've got ADA accessibility, we've got social distancing. There's a whole lot of things that we have to deal with our chambers. Yeah.
Commissioner Woodson?
Maybe we can just use the Cove. Sorry.
It's beautiful.
Out there. It'd be a trade-off for the trees. Actually, got two questions, and I'm just wondering if we could get an update from the staff at some point, just kind of a quick summary of what you see as the effects on Marina for SB 9 and SB 10 as they've been approved.
So Glenn, thank you for that question. We did have a discussion with the city manager, Nick and I did. Nick's been doing a little bit of research into that. I'm going to hold off on giving you, we're researching right now.
Don't need it tonight, because I think there is a lot to unravel at the state level, even of what it means for everybody.
There is, and the governor actually put out a memo about him the signing of these bills, understanding that there are potential unintended consequences with the signing of these bills. And so HCD is supposed to be having a task force that will be addressing these, but we'll see what happens.
And then the second thing, last thing with that is kind of going back 6 months, we started discussing the idea of updating and where the contractual side was going to go with the general plan update. Now we're getting close to the end. We're now almost into Q4.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, just curious on where that stands.
So that's also good timing. Right now we're as a planning staff of 2, Nick and I are focusing on current planning right now, just to keep everything afloat. And then we're going to be focusing, trying to figure out exactly how we're going to finish up some of the long range planning. So we had a really good meeting with the city manager this morning, just to kind of keep everybody at status quo until we have the appropriate staff and to move forward. So I don't have an answer for you yet, but hopefully we will soon.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not seeing any other hands up. Commissioner Amadeo, please.
I just wanted to add to what was discussed by the city manager at the council meeting. And the other thing that was mentioned was a combination of a virtual and in-house meeting in order to accommodate our lack of space. So I know that that's another thing that they're looking at, is how that could be accomplished.
The hybrid, right?
The hybrid.
And we talked about that also at the directors meeting on Tuesday. There are some definite technological upgrades that would need to happen in the council chambers. as well as the ADA, social distancing and all of that. So that's something that definitely on the executive level, they're looking at.
That's all.
All right. Not seeing any other hands at this point. I just want to thank Kathy and Amir for still hanging out with us.
Yeah.
I think that had a great meeting. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good job, everybody.